no retreat. Failures never taste the sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on to endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and Kerbal might, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Kerbal Kind will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and Kerbal might, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
Okay, here we go. Crew 9 splashdown. What's going on, everybody? YouTube, you here? Twitch, you here? Everybody here? All right, cool. Now it's a party. Let's go. All right. So let's pick up the NSF coverage. How's everybody doing? I'm EJ. How are you? Just in case anybody's watching this from a VOD and get really confused. I'm EJ, and we are going to be watching and covering the Crew 9 splashdown. So I'm just going to tee us up right here. We'll jump right into it. So if anybody's wondering, this is the mission that Barry Wilmore and Sunita Williams will be coming back down on after they went up on Starliner about 8 months ago. And the Starliner capsule did have some problems with its thrusters. They had to bring it back down with nobody on board. So Barry Wilmore, so Butch and Sonny, Sunita Williams, NASA decided that they stay up there and join the regular crew rotations instead. That way you don't need to pay for an extra flight. The downside of that is that they're up there for 8 months, which basically, that's the case. They are coming down on the Crew 9 capsule with Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov here. That's these two right here on board. Who have spent about 6 months up there. ISS is running regular 6-month rotations. Downside, I'd pay to spend months up there. Yeah. There's Barry Wilmore in the MS2 position. Sonny's over there in the MS1 position. Mission Specialist 1 and 2. Commander is Nick Hague. The pilot is Alexander Gorbanov. Let's tee in the audio.
Dragon is currently doing a couple of things autonomously. First, it's isolating the thermal control system fluid loops from the radiator. This system is what will help keep the internal temperature of Dragon very comfortable for Nick, Sonny, Butch, and Alexander during the re-entry phase. Dragon is also initiating separation of the claw mechanism, which will terminate data, power, and fluid connections between the spacecraft and the trunk in preparation for that trunk separation that I mentioned earlier. Now, as we saw before, we are hoping to get more views inside of the Dragon capsule. We will bring those, of course. We want to see more of our 4 crew members. But now a bit more of the Dragon Freedom capsule. It has flown on several missions for NASA. It first launched April 27th, 2022. To the International Space Station on NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission. It was subsequently used for 2 private spaceflight missions to the space station for Axiom Space, Axiom Mission 2 in May 2023, and Axiom Mission 3 in January of 2024.
Well, they take them out of the capsule a different way. They'll bring them out on a gurney, Dizzy, no doubt. Have they already disconnected from the station? That was last night. Yuri? Yeah, they did undock. You can see okay, they're 7.6 kilometers a second. Current altitude is 340 kilometers. Perigee is 291. Apogee is... No, hold on. Yeah, no, I think that was apogee altitude perigee, excuse me. That doesn't make it, the way those numbers are panning out doesn't make sense. But either way, 17-hour coast from the ISS. Yeah, that's right, Rocket Guy. They undocked last night. I didn't cover it, guys, because I had some stuff that I had to do. I had prior obligations. But somebody asked, you guys asked if they're coming down with Crew 10 spacesuits. No. These Nick and Alexander came up with those suits right there, and there was a spare SpaceX suit, a spare Dragon suit on the ISS when Butch and Sonny were up there. And then Blue, Tedra's hand over, Crew 9 launched with an extra. So they launched with Barry's suit. Now, how did they...
Of the touchscreen panels that they have in front of them. We can't see it from this view, but that view we saw earlier between Alexander...
Yeah, that was a Tedra's handover, guys. That was basically the period where 2 satellites are trying to communicate with it. It usually hands over from one to the other, but it looks like it tried to hand over 2 at the same time, which is weird. Picture was going back and forth between 2 Tedra's satellites, which is why it was, you still saw some picture and then you didn't, and then you did, and then you didn't. That's my guess. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so
there we can see those screens I was talking about. So there in the center, we've got the location tracker, as well as on the left-hand side, it's mapping out the operations that Dragon is...
So who replaced the extra suit? They don't have an extra up right now, Tyler. They'll probably launch an extra one, another extra one on Crew 10. Yeah, they got measurements. The suit that was up there fit Sonny, and SpaceX got measurements from NASA for Barry Wilmore because he's worn the shuttle suit.
Deorbit sequence start in 5 minutes.
Deorbit sequence in 5 minutes from core.
Freedom Cup.
Okay. They got his measurements from other spacesuits. And SpaceX tailor-made him a suit, and they sent it up on Crew 10. Or no, they sent it up on Crew 9, excuse me. So they had the suits there. The suits have been there for a while.
The communications during the flight downhill today through splashdown, and they'll be communicating with the core all along the way. Now, we did mention that they are flying on Crew Dragon Freedom. The naming of spacecraft has gone all the way back to the very beginning of this human spaceflight program. This is a nod to Alan Shepard naming his spacecraft Freedom 7 during the Mercury program. And so the crew that first flew up...
She's reading that from a cue card? Are you kidding me, Sandra?
That was the first
from a damn cue card
on this
What's wrong with you?
Spacecraft. It's also
Come
flown
on
for
now.
Axiom Mission 2 and 3, and then of course today for Crew 9 as well.
Yeah, actually, fun fact about
far
this
off the coast
particular
are they
capsule
splashing down
of
at?
those 4 missions that Sandra just
no, not that
mentioned,
window.
we have seen
This
daytime splashdowns for 2 of those. Today will mark the 3rd of the third daytime splashdown. So there's something lucky about this particular capsule that gets daytime splashdowns. Nighttime is great because we can see even more clearly the capsule streaking through, but I personally love the daylight views because we really get even better views of the recovery team operations during that phase of the mission.
Sometimes I got to read through.
Yes, absolutely. And if you follow along with our missions, you'll know that sometimes weather is a watch item when it comes to undocking and splashdown. We do splashdown in the water, so we want to ensure that parameters like wave heights and wind speeds and precipitation, lightning, all of that is looking good for the crew and the safety of those recovery personnel. And today the weather is just pristine. We got off of space station on the very first attempt. So I'm joking around and saying that it was because it was St. Patrick's Day and we got really lucky with the weather.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Speaking of weather, we will be hearing from Core probably around...
Joe, the interesting thing about the Florida Man DM2 landing reception is that, despite the flag, I think that's super cool that people would sail their ships like 40, 50 miles out into the ocean and have like a flotilla to see a spacecraft come home. I said it then and I'll say it now. You know, they got a little bit close. You really can't get that close. You're endangering astronauts and yourself, more yourself than anything. But I still think it's cool that, people would sail out in the middle of nowhere, and see a spacecraft come home. I think that's really neat. Just stay away from the capsule, Stay away from the capsule.
In California. That room is located just over our shoulders, and that is where Dragon operators are standing by on console, monitoring the progress of Dragon as it continues its way home. It's been, at the point of splashdown, it'll be about 17 hours since Dragon undocked from the International Space Station.
Good call, Rocket.
The team there in mission control. There are multiple teams, in fact, and they cycle through shifts to ensure that everybody gets the required rest and sleep periods, just like the astronauts on board. And that crew operations and resource engineer is seated there in the room, and that, like Sandra said, is the primary voice that we'll be hearing communicate from the SpaceX team to the crew on board.
That's right. And so it looks like we're about 3 minutes or so from the claw separation portion of today's flight. The claw is a portion on the spacecraft that holds the trunk to Dragon. Following claw separation, we're going to jettison or remove that trunk because it's no longer needed. The trunk has solar arrays on it that provides power to the Dragon spacecraft. But now that we're beginning the reentry process, we need to go ahead and jettison that trunk and able to expose the heat shield, which is really going to do the heavy lifting as Crew 9 re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. They come in at 17,500 miles per hour. So they really need to ensure that that heat shield absorbs that heat. And there's...
Deorbit sequence start.
There we go. So she said the claw holds the trunk in place. No. The claw on the trunk is your umbilical connection to the solar panels and the radiator systems on the trunk. There are pilot holes on the trunk that actually hold it to the capsule. That's not your mechanical attachment system. The claws it's the umbilicals. You don't want to, so the pilot holes go through the heat shield. They're about this big. It's basically not a separator, right? It's basically, there are a bunch of little holes, and the holes aren't that big of a deal. The heat shield will make up for that gap in the thing. But you don't want a huge gap, like another hole in your heat shield where your electrical power from the solar panels that are on the trunk is going through, and your coolant is going through, et cetera. You don't want that. So they go around the heat shield. It goes around it on the side, and the claw retracts from the side, and it's an umbilical that attaches to the side of Dragon. It's not actually structural. It's just holding all your wires in place and coolant loops.
Dragon capsule and the crew members on board during the reentry phase as the temperatures outside of the capsule build up to, I believe, about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Goose, I thought you were kidding. The toilet is above the side hatch. Like if this is the top of Dragon, the side hatch is here. The toilet's right there. That's the only place that they really had any space left for it. Dragon is like lasagna, man. It's really packed, like good lasagna. I'm not talking lasagna made with ricotta cheese either. I'm talking about lasagna made with cream cheese. Believe me, it's delicious.
The mission, and it happens for
cheese,
every
Trust
Dragon capsule that
Trust
re-enters
me,
the
dude.
atmosphere.
People are going,
due
"What?"
to that plasma
No,
buildup,
trust
we're
me,
not
it's
able to communicate
Delicious.
or command the capsule, so we stand by while we wait to regain communication after we pass through that period
Trust
of
me,
loss of
it's a
signal
good
and
idea.
get what's known as AOS, or acquisition of signal.
Are they going to be weak leg when they land? Yeah, of
Continuing to
course.
stand by for claw separation, and then
I mean, it's Nick and Alex have been up there for 6 months. Butch and Sonny have been up for there for 8. They usually get a gurney to when they egress the capsule, guys.
and helps get Dragon set up in the right trajectory to splash down in the Gulf off the coast of Florida. So continuing to stand by
Sure,
for claw
imagine.
separation.
You don't knock it till you try it. It's delicious. I trusted you and you repeated it twice. Trice? I don't trust people that use the word trice.
Nominal trunk jettison.
Okay, good trunk jettison.
All right. Great news there. That trunk has been jettisoned from the Dragon capsule. So the claw was separated. That's the mechanism that connects the telemetry and power.
Did the Russian guy steal the space toilet or no? You know, Pixori, I have to ask, what prompted that question? Dude, I have to ask, because the answer is no. Alexander did not steal the toilet. I don't know how one would do that. I'm just genuinely curious what prompted that question, dude. Well,
Field, like
what do
I
you
said,
mean?
is now exposed and ready for atmospheric reentry. The trunk served its purpose by gathering energy
Yeah,
from
Goalie,
the sun
probably.
through its solar cells and converting that to
Pix,
battery
I
power.
don't know what that
Since we
means.
separated the trunk, we can't generate any more new
You ever play
power,
reentry?
but
Of course,
we
Triple.
really don't
Yeah.
need to, since we're coming home and Dragon has enough battery power already stored.
Explain in football terms how embarrassing this mission was for NASA and Boeing. Pick six. Pick six all day. Pick six. No, even worse, a pick six on the other team's 5-yard line. It's bad. The optics is bad. The capsule will be fine. They'll fix the capsules. Boeing's still on contract for 5 more flights. They'll fix the capsule. But the optics cannot be ignored.
Burn is targeted for 2:11 p.m.
No way, it
Central
has to be a
Time, so about
safety?
2 minutes from now. As we mentioned, it's going to last about 7.5 minutes.
Also
again,
could be bad,
helping
yeah.
to get
Wait,
Dragon
which
into the
football?
precise trajectory.
Wait, which football? Are we talking about the rest of the world football, or are we talking about American football?
The recovery vessel Megan is the
New Zealand.
ship that is going to be utilized today, and we also have what is called fast boats that go out first to
do
check
you mean?
the spacecraft
That doesn't
and
help me.
make sure everything is looking good before the recovery vessel Megan approaches. So that whole recovery process takes about an hour, I would say, from the time the crew splashes
The heck is a
down to
pick six?
the time they're on the
In
boat
American
and the crew gets out
football-
of the capsule. And we'll continue to bring you live coverage through every.
A pick six in American football is when you throw the ball in a sport called football. I get it. That's the claw right there. And the other team intercepts the ball and then runs it for a touchdown. It's very embarrassing.
External cameras. So here's an animation of what
The sport that actually
We've got the
uses
pre-
your feet. If you don't think you use your feet in American football, you probably don't really understand how that sport works at all.
in-house are located, soaking up the energy from the sun and turning it into power for the capsule. At the very top of the capsule,
In soccer terms, guys, this is when somebody has a breakaway, offsides isn't called, and the goalie goes out of the box to go and try and kick the ball away, and they miss and fall, and then somebody kicks it into an open net. That's the soccer equivalent. It's just, ooh. Ooh. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Goalie's going to, guy's a breakaway. He's past the defenseman. He's going to kick the ball, right? The goalie tries to kick the ball back to the center of the field, right? Guy jukes him and just kicks it into an open net. Yeah, that.
An example for this
It's not
particular
great.
spacecraft, Freedom, since September when it docked to the International Space Station, remains open that entire time, and here shortly
Can you
it will
put it
close
in
for the
racing terms? Oh, yeah, sure, Zizep. Ferrari.
Done in recent history here. We basically began preparations for re-entry known as the
I'm a
deorbit
Ferrari
sequence.
fan, guys. It's how I cope.
So Dragon
How I cope.
released the trunk. As we said before, we separated the claw, we released the trunk. It next
It's how I
will
cope,
slew
dudes.
to the deorbit burn attitude. Slew basically meaning maneuver, so it will position itself correctly to execute that deorbit burn. We want the heat shield side to be facing forward, or first, if you will. We want that to be the leading edge of the Dragon capsule.
Repost. If the trunk fails to jettison cleanly, is there a contingency? The way the mechanism works, Nader, it's very unlikely for that to happen. Think of it like a pylon, dude. A weapons pylon. Like, it's not, that's very unlikely that it would happen. But yeah, of course there's a contingency. The contingency is that they jettison the trunk before the deorbit.
And then it will go until about 2:18 p.m. Pacific time or 5:18 p.m. Eastern time.
And I did hear confirmation that deorbit burn is underway. As we mentioned, it's
Nice,
about
Squall.
a 7.5-minute burn. So within the last 10 minutes, Dragon has jettisoned its
Yes,
trunk
Willie, on
and
that.
initiated the deorbit burn just seconds ago. As mentioned
know,
earlier,
Trey.
for those operations, NASA and SpaceX closely coordinate with the United States Coast Guard to establish a safety zone to ensure public safety and for the safety of those involved in the recovery operations, as well as the crew on board the returning spacecraft. Multiple notices are issued to the mariners in advance of and during recovery operations, and Coast Guard patrol boats are deployed to discourage boaters from entering the spacecraft, the splashdown zone.
Can Draco thrusters be used as a parachute in case the parachute have an issue? The super Draco thrusters can. The regular Dracos are just reaction control systems. They're not going to get you very far. There's a live shot on board. That's Nick Hague, Alexander Gorbanov, and Barry Wilmore. 761. They haven't deorbited yet. 7.61 kilometers a second. 298. Oh, there we go. The RCS firing. See the flashes on the screen? That's the deorbit. Note that their perigee is going down.
Site right off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. So
It's
basically,
so cool that we can
it
read the
is,
console in the damn
last
capsule
burn
that's flying
that
through
the Dragon
space right now.
spacecraft executes and is what really locks it in for that precise landing. As you can see on your screen right
Something
now,
like
Nick,
that,
Sunny,
Fluffy.
Butch, and Alexander are using their screens to
Why you gotta go there, man? Why you gotta go there? Why you gotta bring the Bruins into it? Why you gotta do that? The low blow. All right, see? Look, this is perigee. This represents the lowest points in their orbit. You can see that the thrusters are firing, and you notice that their apogee altitude is not really changing, but perigee is changing a lot. They're firing their thrusters, and they're going to put Dragon into a suborbital trajectory. I think that's altitude, apogee, and perigee. If I'm looking at, it's hard to read those words, but we could still see them. This is the checklist over here. That's where they are. And they are doing the deorbit burn right now.
located off the coast of Florida, either in the Gulf of America or the Atlantic Ocean. Spreading the supported sites across multiple locations helps
No skips are
maximize the
needed this
return
time, more
opportunities for this mission and future crews, lowering the chance that we'll have to wave off due to bad weather. For those of you following along, you'll know that today's splashdown marks our final Dragon recovery on the East Coast. After 6 great years of successful Now, with Nick, Sunny, Butch, and these sites are located off the coast of Florida, either in the Gulf of America or the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay.
And for today, the
I was
prime
wondering what she
recovery
said.
site is off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. The selection process works with a lot of different variables, including the space station's orbital trajectory or path that it follows, what landing sites are available and have favorable weather, how much free flight capability Dragon
Not a
has
good
for
look,
the
dude.
trip home,
Don't
and the
do that.
sleep schedules for the returning crew members, as
don't
well
do that.
as, of course, the big one, the weather.
We'll start with calculating daily return options based off of the space station's current orbit and Dragon's capabilities to maneuver and line up for reentry.
Too far.
The time from
far.
undock to landing at the primary site can vary from less than 6 hours to more than 39. Getting home the quickest comes with some obvious benefits, but we always have to make sure the crew is properly rested for dynamic operations, preventing us from scheduling 20-plus hour days for them, of course. Trajectory and ballistic experts provide the daily opportunities that would line up Dragon with the 7 landing zones and split them into what we call ascending and descending opportunities.
Dragon uses its Draco thrusters after leaving station to execute a series of
Nice, Phil.
altitude
That's
lowering
cool.
maneuvers and to line up with the selected primary site. It can also change to different alternative sites while in a free flight if sudden weather moves in that we may need to avoid. So, as we mentioned, weather is something we're constantly looking at, making the final call to proceed about 2.5 hours before the crew undocks. So, for the Crew 9 return, we looked at a number of weather items. Some of the obvious ones are no rain or a chance of lightning in the recovery zone, both for the safety of the crew inside Dragon and the recovery teams in the water. And we're also looking for wind
Take a couple of
speeds
months,
to be less than
Hanks, being
15
up there for
feet
that
per
long,
second,
dude, sure.
or about 10 miles per hour, and relatively calm seas so that we can safely execute recovery operations.
How many hours per day do the astronauts work in the ISS? They have 8 to 10 hour shifts, if I'm remembering right, big screen. They basically just have a normal day. It's a normal day, but it's 8 to 10 hours of doing science. You're always doing something on the ISS. There's not a lot of downtime because the astronauts that are up there, the astronauts and cosmonauts that are up there are not just doing science. Science would be your day job there. But I'll give you an example. If anybody here owns a house, right? You own a house. It takes maintenance. You got to keep it clean. There's always something to fix. You know, maybe you need a new window or maybe you need a new roof or something. There's always something on the ISS that needs to be maintained. They are not just the scientists that are up there. They are also the custodian. They are the plumber. They are the HVAC guy. They're the electrician. Now the thrusters are really starting to go. These flashes on the screen show the pulse width modulation on the forward-facing Draco thrusters. In this particular case, the forward-facing Draco thrusters are being used for deorbit here. You can make your forward-facing thrusters be used for deorbit by turning the capsule around 180 degrees. Basically, the thrusters are firing this way. The Dragon is facing forward. Now, if Dragon was boosting up, Dragon would be flying backwards through space, so to speak. Did you break a window? No.
Excuse me, that is Alexander Gorbunov. And then also in the capsule
No
today
cosine
is,
losses.
NASA
Indeed,
astronaut
Sajet.
Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore.
Is that why your cars aren't working? I actually started every car today, Sizep. They all run. All of them. Coronet has no brakes, but everything else is good.
Deorbit burn complete.
Okay.
Performance nominal. Nose cone closure initiated.
All right. So covering those thrusters, the nose cone is actually going to close it. It's going to cover up those forward-facing thrusters and the forward-facing hatch. The cool thing about the nose cone is that it covers up the docking port that's on the front of Dragon. You know, I know what people are going to say. How does that thing stay like latched? It actually latches to the docking port, which I think is actually super cool. That's a really trick way of doing things. They have Dragon has a nose cone on the front that basically folds over the docking port. The docking port is right here. It folds over the docking port, and the docking port drive hooks actually latch the nose cone into place, so it ain't moving.
purge, which will help keep Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander cool and comfortable during re-entry, which is coming
What
up
was
in
that
about
map
20
when
minutes
you
from now.
explained thrusters?
At this point, the
It
nose
was a
cone is
map of
closing and
Earth.
protecting the forward hatch for re-entry, and the crew are using their screens to continue to monitor the locking of the nose cone, which is done by a set of hooks. And as we mentioned earlier, that nose cone has remained open since September, so this is the first time it's closing in a few months.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Now, we will be expecting, as I mentioned before, an entry brief from SpaceX Core. Again, that's the crew operations resource engineer who is seated in that room that you see there on your screen. That entry brief will provide updated times for anticipated splashdown as well as the loss of signal or period of LOS. And that briefing will also give us
not a former
information
astronaut,
such as
Squall,
wind speed
please.
and wave height at the expected splashdown location. But all in all, everything has been great today. All events have been executed on time as expected, and we are looking forward to a splashdown
Yeah,
of the
CJ,
Crew
it'll
9
happen
crew at about 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time.
That's correct,
or
Galaxy.
2:57 p.m. Pacific Time. Between now and then, things are going to start moving quite quickly. In fact, if anything, this will have seemed like the slower part of the reentry phase. We're going to go through, like I said, that period of loss of signal or LOS. That period is a few minutes long where we are unable to communicate or command the capsule due to the plasma that builds up on the exterior of the capsule. That period, like I said, lasts for a couple minutes. You will start to hear SpaceX Core hail the Crew 9 crew a little bit earlier than expected because we, in the past, have actually regained communications a couple minutes earlier than initially anticipated.
Why does the nose cone stay open till
we'll
now?
Go through that
It's-
period of
the nose
loss
cone
of
covers
signal,
your
that
forward-facing
entry period
thrusters.
That, specifically when when the Dragon spacecraft is re-entering through the atmosphere, approximately at about 18,000 feet when the capsule is traveling at 350 miles per hour. We will see our first
I don't know if
views
it's
of
that bad.
parachutes
I'm
for the
okay,
day.
but it's still
one
pretty
of
bad.
my favorite moments of return sequences is when we get to see the drogue parachutes. We'll see the drogues come out. Those drogues will help slow the vehicle down to about 119 miles per hour. And then that is when the main parachutes will come out from the Dragon spacecraft and then ultimately end in splashdown.
And we are hearing confirmation that the nose cone is closed and everything was nominal or as expected with that closure. So as
They
we
use
begin
Starlink to
the second
communicate and
half
keep in
of entry,
contact through
Dragon
re-entry.
is now beginning.
Of course they can, but redesigning your antennas on a human-rated craft is not something you would go around doing willy-nilly, Blue. Redesigning the antennas is just as hardcore as redesigning like a thruster. There's really no point in doing that. The ground stations work just fine. But a new vehicle like Starship has Starlink built right in because it's going to need antennas anyway. You might as well give it the latest and greatest. Falcon 9, when it first started flying, had the latest and greatest. That's not the case. We kind of got spoiled by Starship re-entries, huh?
Sampling comets within our solar system.
SpaceX partnered with NASA to
Yeah,
develop
Dak, he
Pika
does.
X, which was the second generation product used on all Dragon 1 cargo resupply service missions that resupplied the International Space Station on 20 missions. Pika 3.0 was developed specifically for use on
the fourth
Dragon
mission
2
for this
crew
capsule,
and
Brandon,
cargo with enhanced structural and thermal capabilities that allowed the heat shield to be even more effective in the way that it utilized the ability to make that heat ablevate as it goes through the Earth's atmosphere.
SpaceX uses a proprietary phenolic impregnated carbon ablator. It was originally designed by NASA to make a very low-cost heat shield. You could see it's right there, actually. Phenolic impregnation is basically like if you took charcoal and put like a hot glue gun inside of it, like put hot glue inside of it. That's basically what it is. It is made in blocks. If you notice, there's a bunch of squares-ish things on the capsule back there. That makes it easier. I actually was reading about this last night. it makes it easier to inspect and easier to find manufacturing defects. We figured that out after Space News yesterday. SpaceX uses a proprietary phenolic impregnated carbon ablator called Pica or Pica X. They just put an X at the end because it's SpaceX's. It is a it's a proprietary, probably a thicker heat shield than what NASA's design is, just because Dragon's a heavy capsule. Dragon is very high mass. The reason why is because Dragon basically is a service module and a capsule kind of rolled into one. That's why Dragon kind of appears to have that oblong shape. If you are familiar with spaceflight in the past, capsules kind of seem to be like trapezoidal in nature. Dragon is like this, right? That's because the service module is in front of the heat shield along with the crew tank. So Dragon tends to be a little bit heavier. So SpaceX's proprietary one is probably a thicker heat shield.
Back in September. Dragon will automatically deploy these parachutes when different pressure and positioning sensors on the spacecraft detect
Do you know if Dragon's
that
heat
they're at
shield
the
can
right
survive
speed
re-entry
and
from lunar
altitude.
speeds? I do not
Vehicle
think it
velocity
can.
at drogue deploy is approximately 350 miles per hour, and they deploy
Is that
at
Dragon
about
hanging out the
18
window
miles.
there? That is the first Dragon that SpaceX ever got back. That's from the COTS 1 mission. Yep. It's hanging there. I've seen it, dude. I've stood right there. Long time ago, but I stood right there. I saw it. There's also a landing leg over there somewhere.
See
this is
how
space.
those
I'm in
parachutes
space.
help to slow down the crew inside the
They
capsule.
should test it.
The highest G load the crew is expected to experience today
Crazy
is
random
about
gift to the
3 to
sub to
5
Husf-
Gs.
Yeah, when you think
Husfaven.
about
There we go.
really fun roller coasters, they're about in that range. So I'm sure that our crew on board will be well equipped to experience those Gs. It's nothing
Sending
for them.
something
They go
out
through
beyond
much
low
more
Earth
intense
orbit. It's
training.
not just Kerbal.
And so
Not
we
just
are
send it out
continuing
there.
to
There's
make
a
our
lot
way
more to take
through
into
a number
account.
of milestones today. We did have truck
Not saying that
separation.
Dragon.
Freedom, SpaceX. Nose cone is secure for entry.
There we go. I'm not saying that Dragon couldn't do it. It's just it's very much untested. Dragon is very much built in a configuration that's specifically designed for ISS rotation. You know, they needed to do significant amounts of modifications to get it to do what they did during Polaris Dawn, where Jared Isaacman and Sarah Gillis EVA'd out the front. Like, and even then, that was a one-time thing.
Undergoes prior to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. It's important that nose
They can
cone
dump-
is completely
They can
closed
get
because
rid of the nose
underneath
cone
it
if
is
it
not
doesn't
only
close all the
where
way.
the 4 forward Draco thrusters are located, but it's also because that is where the forward hatch is located. That is the hatch that is utilized for the crew to ingress and egress from the station while it is docked on board. And since
Time to
our
splash down,
capsules
about 20
are,
minutes.
are flight proven and we reuse them on future space flights, we want to make sure that all of the integrity of that hardware remains intact. So that nose cone is successfully closed, and we're going to start moving pretty quickly here. As I mentioned before, we'll go through loss of signal. We'll get that signal back several minutes later, and then we'll see the parachute action.
Yep, and then that's all ahead of splashdown off the coast of Florida. We're targeting Tallahassee as our splashdown
Titan's
zone
just fine,
today
Fluffy.
at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon. Now, you did mention the call to the crew. They'll do some additional calculations following that burn and potentially let us know if that splashdown time has changed at all. But
No.
right now, we are continuing to
No,
target
Archie, you wouldn't be able to
2:57
see it from
p.m.
Boca Chica. It's too far.
And you can see there on your screen a path of where Dragon will be re-entering today. So if you are in the southern tip of Mexico, you might have the opportunity to see Dragon. Because it's a daytime splashdown,
If Dragon private mission made it in an orbit and a mission run same as the moon insertion, why could it not be used as well? If Dragon private mission made it in an orbit and a mission run same as moon insertion. No. I mean the mission where they spacewalk. That was a 1400 by like 800 orbit. 1400 kilometers or something. It was up there. But it wasn't, that's not even close to the moon, Cosmo. Not even close. Totally different mission requirement, dude.
You will hear Nick Hague.
I mean, maybe. I'm not saying it couldn't, but yeah. I mean, that's, yeah, totally different thing.
message was received.
Mute the stream because Cosmo
And
is
if
a
you
regular
joined us
viewer and
yesterday
watched the
for
stream
our
before,
coverage during the
your
undocking,
clientele,
we were
man.
communicating through something that's called a big loop. We do that when we're in integrated operations with the International.
Freedom, SpaceX, for entry sequence. Report when ready to copy.
Ready to copy.
All right, I've got some updated times for you. Our COM blackout start time is 2144. Our COM blackout end time is 2151. And our splashdown time is the same per your displays, 2157.
13 minutes. Yes, Retro Fox, yes, right when they said it.
Okay. Understand com blackout start 2144, stop 2151, splashdown per display.
So splashdown is
That's a good readback. And with that, please report
57
when
passed.
tablets are secured behind the elastic bands, restraints are tight, and visors are down.
it's Jigsy.
And copy, will copy.
Okay. Nikkei Commander copies all from Core, SpaceX Core, crew, operations responsibility engineer.
And with that communication from
They
the
use
core
UTC
or
in the
crew
annex,
operations
yes.
resource engineer here in Hawthorne.
All right. So regarding the difference in flight times, so the Russians, Soyuz gets up there in about 3 hours. Dragon takes about 24. Part of that is an abundance of caution. Part of it is orbital mechanics. It's part of it is technological maturity of capsule. Dragon is a lot newer than Soyuz. Soyuz has been flying for a long time. So it can fly on that type of optimized trajectory. It's all good, Jigs. Yeah, so it's a combination of things, mostly orbital mechanics and precautions.
Just outside
The
of
precautions come from Dragon is still a relatively new capsule. There's no need to go fast. You got to be slow and deliberate with spaceflight. That's very important.
always a watch item, but everything is looking great.
How many
for
active dragons
that
are there?
particular
There's
recovery
5 crew
location.
dragons
So
and 3 cargo
I'm sure
dragons.
once we start getting views from the recovery vessel, I have a feeling it's going to be a pretty beautiful afternoon.
And we did mention that, of course, this is a daylight splashdown, so we should be getting some great views. We do have a couple of spacecraft called the WB-57, which are high-altitude planes that NASA utilizes during splashdown operations. Those are en route and going to be tracking the capsule as it makes its way.
Oh, we got a WB-57 track. Is Russia developing any new capsules? They're working on their Federation capsule. It's called the Federacia. Yeah, I don't know if that's ever going to see the light of day. Who knows? They are working on a new rocket called Soyuz 5, and there's always Angara. But, yeah. What happened to Oriole? The Federation capsule is the same thing, guys. It's the same one.
Imagine it's probably a little bit easier for the team themselves to do their work in daytime than at nighttime. We'll see them rush in really quickly with a couple of fast boats as they begin the initial safety checks and sweeps of the Dragon capsule, while also retrieving the parachutes from the surface of the ocean. The recovery vessel, the main recovery vessel, will continue to make its way closer to the Dragon capsule. It is stationed a couple miles away from the actual recovery location, the splashdown location, for obvious safety purposes. So it takes a little while for that vessel to make its way over.
I don't know, Paolo.
But once it's closer, we'll have even better views of those recovery operations.
And you may be wondering why sometimes we splash down in the daytime versus the nighttime. And believe me, we would all love for these operations to happen during regular daytime working hours. But unfortunately, orbital mechanics just doesn't quite work out that way. So it has to deal with the location of the International Space Station, as well as where the splashdown zone is on Earth and that trajectory, as well as the phasing. So as we mentioned earlier, sometimes we have phasing as short as 6 hours, sometimes in excess of 30+ hours. It just
Yes,
depends
Trey, I
on
do.
where the targeted area is that the capsule is going to splash down. So today's phasing has been 17 hours since undocking occurred at 10:05 p.m. Pacific yesterday evening for us here in Hawthorne. Early wee hours for folks on the East Coast and other areas of the United States.
Yeah, but regardless of whether
Splashdown
it's
is good,
daytime
though.
or nighttime, the SpaceX recovery team has trained and practiced and rehearsed for it all. So regardless of daylight, they are really efficient with those operations. And but like you said, Sandra, it has been a minute since we have seen a daytime splashdown on a NASA SpaceX crew mission. The last daytime recovery was on Crew 4, which was the debut flight for the capsule flying today, the spacecraft known as Dragon Freedom. And so, yeah, kind of a fun fact there in terms of the timing of that daylight splashdowns. Once again, standing by for more communication with the crew. The next event that we...
Why is Dragon not equipped with Starlink? Well, Cosmo, that's another good question. That actually got I get asked that a lot nowadays. The reason why is because this is a human-rated spacecraft. And not only is it a human-rated spacecraft, it's a human-rated spacecraft that was certified for flight before Starlink. Before Starlink was a thing. Like, right, I mean, Dragon got certified to be fully crew capable in May of 2020. Starlink hadn't launched. I mean, there was like 4 Starlink satellites up there. Tintin A and B, if anybody remembers those. Or something. I think there may have been 2. So the point that I'm trying to make is that you don't really change. If you wanted to change the antennas and put a Starlink antenna on a human-rated capsule, particularly for your customer, right? You're redesigning the capsule, and now you have to recertify. You don't want to do that. Redesigning the antenna is just as crazy as like redesigning a life support system. Remember, you're changing the design. You're adding a new antenna, that's new power consumption needs. New power consumption needs. You don't know how it's going to work. Where's the antenna going? How's it going to screw up the center of mass of the capsule, if at all? That's all stuff you got to figure out. You don't roll the dice when people are involved. So you don't just go duct taping it to it, even though they might do that someday. Who knows? Now, Starship, on the other hand, was engineered well into Starlink production. So SpaceX designed the antennas into it to start, right? ETA for splashdown, probably about 20 minutes.
This was his second space flight to the International Space Station.
It's a
and
good question,
third launch
Cosmo. I get
overall.
asked it a lot, but
He
it's a
spent
good one.
171 days in space with Crew 9 and has a career total of 374 days in space. During his mission, he completed a spacewalk with astronaut Sonny Williams. That was his 4th spacewalk, earning him a career total of 25 hours, 56 minutes of spacewalking time. Before Crew 9, Haig previously served as a crew member of Expedition 59 and 60 back in 2019. He flew with Alexei Ovchinin and NASA's Christina Cook. So this is his second time sharing the space station with Ovchinin. The Kansas native is a test pilot and distinguished graduate of the United States Air Force Academy.
Pretty much,
Nick
yeah.
spent 5 months in Iraq in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He voluntarily transferred from the United States Air Force to U.S. Space Force in 2021 and is an active colonel. His wife, Katie, is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel, and they have 2 sons.
NASA astronaut Sonny Williams is a mission specialist for Crew 9. This was her 3rd visit to the International Space Station. She originally launched aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft and arrived at the space station on June 6th. Following the agency's decision to return Starliner uncrewed, she became an Expedition 71 and 72 crew member, where she logged 286 days in space on this mission. But Sonny has a total of 608 days in space,
Soyuz, Starliner,
the
Dragon.
second most time in space by a U.S. astronaut.
5 minutes until predicted calm blackout. We'll see you on the other side at 21:51.
Okay, here we go.
21:51. Talk to you soon.
They didn't have Starlink in the trunk, Andrew. They had
And
one
with
of the
that call out
transmitters
from the
Starlink. It
crew
wasn't a full Starlink
operations
system.
resource engineer to Commander Nick
Sonny
Haig,
flew on the shuttle.
letting-
So did Barry Wilmore. But Barry Wilmore piloted the space shuttle. Lou, he's flown the son of a gun.
the loss of signal period at 2:51 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon. Continuing on
Gendry,
about
they
Sonny
usually
Williams,
do.
who has a
It's
total of
usually during
608
launch and
days
stuff,
in
though.
space, the second most time in space by a U.S. astronaut. Former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson actually ranks first for the U.S. with 675 days in space. Sonny conducted 2 spacewalks and has completed 9 over the course of her career for a total of 62 hours, 6 minutes of spacewalking time. She ranks 4th on the list of cumulative time spacewalking by a female astronaut, and she has flown on 4 different spacecraft types, including the Space Shuttle, Soyuz, Starliner, and now Dragon. Previously, she served on Expedition 14 and 15 in 2006 and 2007, and again with Expedition 32 and 33 in 2012. She's a retired U.S. Navy captain and is a proud graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy and was the first astronaut to run a marathon in space.
The
Pretty
Boston
awesome
Marathon, might I add.
Now, NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore
shuttle
is
doesn't
also
fly very well,
serving
so
as a mission specialist
I'll get
today.
more into that in a second.
This is his
Let's see
third
this.
space flight, and just like Sonny, logged 286 days in space. He conducted 1 spacewalk and completed 5 over the course of his career, earning him a total spacewalking time of 21 hours and 2 minutes. He's flown on 4 different spacecraft
Happened during the
types
shuttle
throughout
program all
his
the time,
career:
Callan.
the Space Shuttle, Soyuz, Starliner, and now Dragon. Previously, the Mount Juliet, Tennessee native served on STS-129 in 2009 and Expedition 41 and 42 from
JC, we've also
2014 to
launched way more people
2015.
into space than we
Wilmore is also a retired captain in the U.S. Navy.
Next up is Alexander Gorbanov, who is the 3rd mission specialist serving on today's mission. Crew 9 was his first space flight to the space station, earning him a total of 171 days in space
Spaghetti.
over the course of his career. Gorbanov, along with Nick Haig, saw the arrival of 4 visiting vehicles and saw the departure of 4 as well. The duo orbited the Earth more than 2,700 times since September.
I don't know,
Before his
Zelensky.
cosmonaut selection in 2018, Gorbanov worked as an engineer for a rocket space corporation and helped support cargo spacecraft launches from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
Hey guys, you hear that? He worked for a rocket corporation.
The International Space Station, where they completed science and research investigations. We are targeting splashdown off the coast of Florida at
There's
2:57 p.m. Pacific time. The next major milestone that we'll look ahead towards is what we call loss of signal, or LOS, when we won't have communications with the crew.
so in Russia they have RSCs. Every aerospace company is called RSC. There's RSC Energia, there's RSC Energomash, there's the saying RSC is that's like saying, well, EJ worked for an aerospace LLC. All right.
We're about to go into that period of loss of signal.
No, Energia
Once
is
we
just an
get
example,
views
Cosmo.
of
I don't
the
know what
crew
RSC
inside
worked for.
the capsule, once again, we will be sure to bring those to you. But that period of time is when plasma is building up on the exterior of the capsule, generating heat in excess
What's your
of
point?
3,500 degrees
Saying
Fahrenheit.
you work
so we
for
are
a
unable
rocket
to
space
communicate or
corporation is
command
kinda doing them a little
the
dirty,
spacecraft
don't you think,
at that
Oprah?
time, and that includes, unfortunately, video feeds as well. So as soon as we get the views back inside Dragon, we will bring those to you. But until then, we are going to stand by and continue to monitor the progress of Dragon. Like Sandra just said, we are anticipating the blackout
That's right,
period
Shana.
to begin at 2:51 p.m. Pacific
was RSC
time,
Energia.
5:51 p.m. Eastern time. This will last for several minutes. It's not super exact, even though we are predicting acquisition of signal, or AOS, to come back at 5:51 p.m. Eastern time. In the past, we have regained communication sometimes a little bit earlier than that, so we'll probably start to hear Core begin to hail Crew Dragon a minute or two prior to that anticipated acquisition of signal. But right now, Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander are seated in their seats inside Dragon Freedom. Their visors are down, and they have put away or stored the tablets they had located on their upper leg to monitor Dragon's progress. Now they will be utilizing the touchscreen displays where the current operation and future operations will be displayed as they are able to monitor Dragon's progress continually.
Like that,
as I said before, Dragon is autonomous,
Cosmo,
meaning it is flying itself. So the crew stands by and monitors, and those touchscreen displays are what will be allowing them to do so and prepare for events such as parachute deploy.
And while on board the International Space Station, Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander contributed to over 900 hours of science and research investigations, which is really the key purpose of the International Space Station. Now, the International Space Station is celebrating a major milestone this year where they will be celebrating 25 years of continuous human presence.
Now, guys, sometimes you might be able to get a signal. It depends on where relationship of a TDRS satellite to the reentry corridor. If, like, this is the surface of the Earth and a capsule is re-entering this way, if a satellite is over there, it could get line of sight. It's just the timing for that doesn't really... It has to be timed right, and sometimes that just doesn't work with orbital mechanics.
And onto Mars through longer duration space flights. One such example that the crew worked on during this mission was an alternative exercise device. In microgravity, the crew has to exercise for about 2 hours a day because they're not having the effects of gravity on their body. So to prevent bone and muscle loss, we counteract that.
I try to follow everything about Starship. Didn't get why the last two exploded. They're having problems with the fuel lines vibrating too much. Feel me? They vibrate and they shake apart and they cause a leak.
Similar to a weightlifting machine that counteracts the microgravity.
They're coming back.
But a particular experiment that this crew tested out was a combination of all three of those in one smaller device. And this is really critical as we continue on to the moon, Mars, and beyond, because space is really important in spacecraft. So if we have something smaller that the crew might be able to utilize, that can potentially help us venture out even further into the solar system. So science is really the name of the game when it comes to the International Space Station. Some of the other science highlights that took place during this increment that are particularly interesting to me was we had the first wooden satellite that was deployed. This is a study to see if other materials might be more resourceful or renewable in space. So I'm really excited to see the results of that one as well. Additionally, we had a couple of spacewalks that took place to not only provide maintenance to the International Space Station, but also where we swabbed the outside of the space station near vents to see if any microbes that we all have microbes on us, to see if any of those could survive in the harsh environment of space, which again is very important for us to know and understand as we continue to the moon, Mars, and beyond.
Very exciting stuff. Now,
does Russia have anything to offer in terms of spaceflight? Partnership is a big one. Jigsy, they operate the propulsion module for the ISS, so that's kind of important.
Received by mission control or the recovery team, and no external commanding of the vehicle or voice communication is possible. But as a reminder, Dragon is designed to fly itself. During reentry, the vehicle will be slowing down from orbital velocity, which is approximately 17,500 miles per hour. The top temperature that Dragon will experience upon reentry is 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. This blackout period, as I said before, we expect it to last about 7 minutes today, concluding at 5:51 p.m. Eastern Time or 2:51 p.m. Pacific Time. We right there have our first view of Dragon Freedom coming home.
She is. Forgive my ignorance. Butch and Sunny are occupied in 2 seats of the Dragon. They launched this Dragon with 2 people on board. Cosmo.
This high altitude planes that is tracking. Now, because of the way that this
This is a
camera is
WB-57
configured,
at
it does look like it
about
is
19,000
dark,
feet.
but it is indeed daytime, and you're
This is an
beginning to
infrared
see
picture.
that plasma trail as Dragon re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. All of that is expected. We are anticipating an acquisition of signal around 2:51 p.m. Pacific time, so
in about
just
next
minutes
60
from now.
seconds. There we
and
go.
You may
Plasma
hear
is dissipated.
The core begin to hail out or call
Oh,
Dragon
what a
for
shot.
communications and see if we
Dude,
can
look at the
potentially get
heat spread on the
communications with them
shield.
a little bit earlier.
Oh,
Following
that's
this, we'll have two
sick.
events in rapid succession. We'll have the drogue parachutes deploy at 2:53
You've
p.m.
gotta be
Pacific,
kidding me.
followed by the mains just 1 minute later at 2:54 p.m. Pacific time.
Oh, that's
ahead of a
beautiful.
splashdown at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
Look at the plasma. There's still a little bit. That's what that kind of aura around it is. Zora, man, I seen it.
3 minutes.
There we go.
Pretty incredible views of
Should
the
get-
Dragon spacecraft.
Oh, no,
making
there it
its
is. It's
way
back.
home back to
Dude,
planet
look at
Earth
that.
With the
So the
Crew
capsule
9
is right
astronauts
there.
on board.
This
Once
is
again,
plasma
this view
that's
is
happening, or
coming from
heating
the
that's happening around it. It's showing up on
WB-57 plane.
infrared.
That heat shield we can see doing magnificent work as it works to
Freedom, SpaceX, Comcheck.
Come on, baby.
all right, we're going to start hearing the SpaceX crew operations resource engineer.
SpaceX, Freedom is with you.
All right, freedom is with you. That's what I like to see.
Copy that, Freedom.
Great news there from Commander Nick Hague reporting.
I'm just gonna fast forward us a little bit. A little bit behind. Yeah, she's still glowing a little bit.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Diesel, 49 months. Thank you.
GPS has converged. Expect nominal altitude for drogue chute deployment.
Good.
We're about 2 minutes away from deployment of those drogue parachutes. Now the heat shield is
We're looking
continuing to
up
work
from an
to slow
airplane,
the vehicle
guys.
down. That entry
Actually,
period,
this might be a ground
the-
tracking
Go
shot.
at throttle up.
Hey, Pad.
The Dragon spacecraft
6
went
months.
from orbital velocity about 17,500 miles per hour down to about 350 miles per hour. So it
No.
really gives you a sense of
Graham.
why that plasma builds up on the exterior of the capsule, thanks to the heat shield and the work
up,
that
third?
it does. Those drogue parachutes will slow it down from
Hey, and
350
on board. There's
to,
your seat rotation.
about 119 miles per hour. We can see
15 kilometers. Brace for drogue window.
Okay, a little under 10
we
miles
can
off
see
the deck.
seat rotation happening inside the capsule. Great to get those first views of
You weren't
our
supposed to
crew
see that,
members.
Durst.
Once again, the capsules are going about 350 miles per hour when the drogues are deployed. Those
Are they giving call-outs in kilometers and speed velocities in miles an hour? All right.
119 miles per hour. And that is when we will see the main parachutes deploy, and that occurs about 6,000 feet above
You're
the
just
ocean
calling
surface.
kilometers a second ago. Pick one.
And we are expecting drogue deployment at 2:53 p.m. Pacific, so we should see it
Oh,
any second
here's
now.
another
And there
shot.
you are getting
Dude.
a great view of Crew 9 inside Dragon Freedom as it returns back to Earth. We are awaiting the drogue deploys. This view coming from the WB-57 high altitude plane.
There's the
And there
drogues,
you
2
see
pilot
it on your
chutes.
screen, drogue deployment.
Drogue descent rate nominal.
Okay. These chutes are going to slow Dragon down enough to pull out the main chutes. You don't want to try to pull your main chutes right now or else they'll break.
Crowd here very
You have to be
excited
going a certain
as
speed.
Dragon Freedom continues
There's
to
a
make
shot
its
on board
way
Dragon looking
back
up
to planet
at the
Earth.
2 drogues. That's drogue inflation right there. This is going to slow Dragon down to a velocity
Next
where
up,
it's
we'll stand by
you're
for
going
the
slow enough to
main
pull the main
deployment
chutes.
of the parachutes.
because if you're going
The
too
mains
fast,
are quite a bit larger. You'll be able
if you're going too fast when you go to pull the main chutes out, they'll break. They'll snap right off. So the drogues are there to make sure that it slows down Dragon to the right velocity for parachute unfurling, or deploy and
miles
unfurling.
per hour when it splashes down off the coast of Tallahassee,
Yeah, Brotherhood, you know.
Florida.
Any
Here at
Kerbal, it's a rite of passage for any
2:57
Kerbal player.
PM Pacific time this afternoon.
There go the
And there we
drogues.
go.
Drogues
We
are going
have
to pilot
visual
out the
for
4 main
altitude.
chutes.
That view was from inside.
Note that the pattern on all 4 chutes is a little bit different.
That view was from inside one of the buckets where the parachutes are located. So you see a great view there of the reefing on those parachutes, and as those main parachutes.
We got 4 good mains.
Fully, 4 beautiful, healthy mains.
So note that the parachute is a little bit, every pattern on each parachute is a little bit different. That way, if something goes a little funky, right, they know which chute did it. The one with they have all these different weird parachute designs on. That one has a bullseye over there. This one has like I don't even know what that is. An X on it.
And provides more margin against unlikely parachute issues. You can see those
4 good
those
mains.
Parachutes continuing to slow the Dragon capsule down.
And if you're just joining us, you're looking at
800 meters.
a live view of Crew
2,500
9,
feet.
just minutes away from splashing down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Splashdown 2 minutes
Why
from
4,
now at
not 6?
2:57 p.m. Pacific. We do have
Technically,
4
the capsule
healthy
only
mains
needs
really
3
doing
here,
the job there. Just
but
breathtaking
the
views
4th
of
one
a
is there as a
calm,
redundancy, just to be
glass-like
absolutely
ocean
sure.
off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Crew 9 just minutes away from splashing down.
This is really such an incredible shot. That
Copy,
was
600.
That was
2,000.
a live view from our recovery vessel, Megan, which is stationed a couple miles away from the splashdown site. We can see the crew there using their restraints as resting places for
See
their
some sunlight
arms.
shining through the capsule
They were
there.
just in space moments ago, so their arms were able to float freely.
400 meters.
About 1,200 feet.
This is a gorgeous bluebird day here that we have for the splashdown
Look
of
at that
Crew
shot,
9.
man.
It's incredible to think that the Dragon capsule just minutes ago was going over 17,000 miles per hour.
27,000
and now
kilometers an
gently
hour.
coasting to a soft splashdown.
200.
600 feet.
Copy, 200 meters. Brace for splashdown.
Yeah, the wind's blowing the capsule a little bit.
As
Oh
you can
no,
see
that's
there
just the
on your
drone.
screen, continuing to monitor progress
That's just
of
this is
the
a drone,
Dragon spacecraft.
so it's moving. I thought the capsule was
And we're
blown
going
sideways.
to stand by for splashdown, located
Should get a
in
call
the
for
Gulf
100.
of America, off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
300, 200, 100, splash.
And splashdown. Crew 9 back on Earth.
Cool. Parachutes are designed to deflate and move out to the side.
Splashdown. Good main release.
Copy, splashdown. We see main chutes cut. Nick,
There's the
Alex,
fast ships
Butch,
coming.
Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
Starship is on the horizon, Greg.
It is an amazing, what a ride. I see a capsule full of grins ear to ear.
Capsule full of grins, ear to ear, from Nick Hague. Yeah, got some fair seas. Now those
And
fast.
as you can see on your screen, we have visual confirmation.
So we got 3 fast ships coming towards. One of the fast ships is going to go grab the parachutes. The other one is there to get the parachute door. Should be somewhere around there. And then obviously the last one is to basically safe the capsule. What those guys are going to do when they get near it is they're going to safe the thing. They're going to go start sniffing for fuel, make sure there's no fuel leaks. Because the type of fuels that Dragon use are good for being up there for long periods of time, but they're not good for humans.
In the distance, we can see the recovery vessel making
King,
its
that
way.
was hilarious. And
Copy, you're in section 2 for the environmental assessment.
I'm sick of
in
pretending like it
4.800.
wasn't.
That is not necessary today.
Yeah, Joe, pretty much. How do you design parachutes to move to the sides like that? The rigging on them, Jack, the strings that connect the parachutes, they're designed to move in and move away from the capsule.
Between the core and Nick Hague, the commander of Crew Dragon Freedom, which just splashed down 2 minutes ago off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
There's a word
Dragon
for it.
Freedom has returned home with NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore,
It
and
is supposed to be tilting, Finn,
cosmonaut
yep.
Alexander Gorbanoff. They're back on Earth after
got a bilge
approximately
pump now?
17 hours of a return journey from space.
Dude, they put a bilge pump in the Dragon. So it is supposed to be tilting. Dragon has an offset center of mass. So like if you have the center of the capsule, right, it's a cone shape. You have the center of the capsule. The center of mass is actually isolated on one side.
I'm in space.
The reason why is that allows you to modulate your angle of attack of your heat shield for a more precise landing. Basically, they can roll the capsule, and that offset center of mass is going to change the angle of attack of your heat shield relative to your oncoming velocity. So you can either turn your heat shield into a wing, or you could turn it into a brake. That is how they precisely land. So, of course, when the capsule takes a dunk into the water, Brandon gifted the sub to Mushi. Thank you. When the capsule takes dumps into water, it's going to tilt to one side. That simultaneously, if you guys notice, it looks like it's peeing out the side. Dragon has a little bit of a pump because when Dragon dunks into the water, water is designed to get stuck in this parachute compartment. That's the compartment where the 4 main chutes were. They actually unfurl over here. They keep the chutes down low because the capsule center of mass needs to be offset and closer to the heat shield so it flies right. But the parachute compartment is designed to scoop up a bit of water. Scooping up a bit of water prevents the capsule from basically tilting over. It puts the capsule in what's called stable 1 config. Stable 1 config, and I probably talked over it, I apologize. Stable 1 configuration means the capsule is upright. Stable 2 means it's not upright, meaning it's upside down. Meaning it's a little submarine.
Freedom copies.
Dragons never landed in stable 2 to my knowledge, no.
Boats, we weren't kidding when we said they were fast.
Fast
While
boats
it does
coming in.
take about 30 minutes for the main recovery vessel to make its way over to the capsule, these fast boats will be doing a couple of things simultaneously.
No, the parachutes are attached to the top. The rigging goes up around the door.
Retrieve the parachutes that you see in the background there of
It looks like it's got a bilge pump,
Those
Carolux.
parachutes will be retrieved from the ocean surface. We want to make sure
Rigid inflatable boats.
we are able to pull those out. The recovery vessel there closest to the spacecraft is going
Leo,
to be
right.
performing some safety checks.
So
we can see there they're
note they got the gas masks on. They're sniffing around for what's called hypergolic propellants. Dragon's Draco thrusters, the things that deorbited them, are using monomethyl hydrazine and dinitrogen or nitrogen tetroxide. It's not dinitrogen, it's just nitrogen tetroxide. So MMH and NTO. They make great rocket fuels for thrusters when you're up there because they stay stable for a very long period of time. They don't decompose or anything. Like, if you fill up a gas tank with gasoline nowadays, the gasoline will turn to varnish in like 3 months. If you know, you know. But those propellants don't. The only thing is that they're very toxic to humans. You breathe in a little of NTO or MMH, you're going to have a bad day. That's why they're sniffing for gases with the gas mask. Now, once again, the other vessels are going in charge of parachute recovery. And then another vessel should be moving around looking for the door. The door is designed to pop off right here to let the parachutes out. One of them should have the door around somewhere. See if we could see it in the surface of in the floor of the boat.
And as we continue to await the
So that's what
recovery
they're
of
doing.
our
They're
Dragon
sniffing for
spacecraft
gases there.
with NASA astronauts
Make sure there's no
Nick Hague,
leaks.
Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanoff inside. Dragon has continuously, already autonomously completed several steps to safe itself following splashdown.
Yeah, New Zealand, of course.
We are continuing to
Great
see
footage,
Dragon
dude.
in
Great
what is
footage.
known as stable 1 configuration. That's kind of the ideal
NTO
configuration
is
following splashdown. It's
not
upright.
good for you, Trey, but it's a
and
great
the
oxidizer.
Dragon capsule's in the right configuration for it to be hoisted into the recovery vessel Megan, which you do see a little
How do they
ways
smell it?
off
That's what
in
that
your
rod
screen
is, Brandon.
approaching.
They use a gas
Dragon will continue
spectrometer,
to remain
if you really
live
wanna
on
know.
air with you through that recovery
Masks
process
off,
all the way
capsules
through the
clean,
point
safety
where
helmets back
the
on.
crew is extracted from the Dragon spacecraft. Now, if you are just
They don't raise the
joining us,
parachutes
the
right away?
mission
No,
has
they're going to get
gone
'em.
smoothly so far. Dragon successfully splashed down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida at 2:57 p.m. Pacific, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon.
Approximately 17 hours prior to
Couldn't
splashdown,
they have sniffed it with
Dragon
the drone?
autonomously undocked from the International Space
guess you
Station,
could at this
completed
point,
a series
Jimmy,
of
but
departure burns,
The,
jettisoned its trunk.
the name of the game, guys, with spaceflight is going with what you know. Don't change anything. Don't stray from the plan. All right? Could they switch to using a drone with a sniffer on it? Yeah, sure, of course. This is the way that they've trained for. They trained to do it this way. And do it the way that was certified. Do it the way that you know works. You don't go changing little things like that unless you're really, really sure. That's why, you know, like Dragon doesn't have Starlink, for instance, because redesigning an antenna is such a big deal. It's a big deal on a human-rated spacecraft. I'll tell you, we are very spoiled by what you see on the screen. This stuff is not easy. It's not easy to do. SpaceX makes it look easy. They make it look like it's no big deal. This is complicated. It's complicated. It's hard to do. They make it look easy. Just remember that. Don't deviate from the formula. It works.
Actually works.
It's never gonna
climb
stop
aboard
working.
the capsule and work through procedures ahead of lifting onto the nest of the recovery vessel Megan. We heard it's going to be about 25 minutes or so until that lift actually takes place.
Can anyone explain to me what this is? So, yeah, sure, Gutty Player. I can. Probably be good if I did. Thank you for reminding me I need to tell people what the heck's going on. This capsule, this is a space capsule. There's 4 people on board. They just came back from the ISS. They left the ISS last night, the International Space Station, and now the capsule splashed down in the water. It went through re-entry. It got a little bit hot. That's normal. It looks like a toasted marshmallow. We're going to make a s'more out of it. They won't. Actually, that Dragon Freedom will be refurbished to fly again soon. That's normal. They're supposed to be doing that. No, that person isn't small. Dragon is big. It's a lot bigger than you think it is. And it just splashed down, ending Crew 9's 6 to 8 month duration up at the space station. Now, I said 6 to 8 month. This capsule actually launched with 2 people on board, and then it went, and there were 2 people that were already on. They were already on the ISS that joined this mission. The 2 people that were already on the ISS were Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams. They were up there because they were testing another capsule, Boeing's Starliner capsule, and that capsule didn't work very well. They weren't sure if it would be able to come back in one piece, so they sent the capsule back with nobody on board. It did come back down, which is great. So what NASA did was the next flight, they just launched with 2 people and had the 2 test pilots, Barry and Sonny, come back down on this one. Yep, just work them into the rotation.
Steps ahead
What's
of
the contingency for sinking? Emergency egress, get out of the capsule.
through procedures to get Dragon hoisted up onto
Are the
the
chutes
Megan
reused?
recovery vessel.
They are.
and
I
get
don't
the
think
crew
the chutes are
extracted
reused.
out of the spacecraft.
Yeah, sure, Cody, no problem. If you have a question, just tag at EJSA.
And you did see
guys,
some of the parachutes.
Despite a lot of you being in here and on YouTube and on Twitch, chat engagement is number 1. Teaching people about how cool this stuff is that's my goal. I'm not just sitting here reacting to it going, wow, chat, can you look at this? That's so cool, chat. Even though I do that sometimes. Talk to me. I'm here. That helps me stream for long periods of time. That's the recovery vessel right there. There's an A-frame on the back to pick the capsule up out of the water, which we will see.
And the communication systems.
Freedom, SpaceX.
Do they have to be
contact.
quarantined? No, Mike. If we're coming back from the moon, then yes. But no, we haven't done that in a little while. What hypergolics? Monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide.
Copy that, Freedom. Have you loud and clear as well, and Dragon to ground is no longer private.
What's your favorite color? Red. No, blue. No. Ah! Is the helicopter pad ever used? Of course.
As we saw there
What do
on
you
the
think
screen,
that picture that with all the gray numbers on the sides a second ago? What do you think that was from? That wasn't a drone. There's a helicopter flying around. So what happens is they'll get the Dragon on board with the crew still inside. It'll get set down on this thing. This basically, it looks like a donut. And this donut is actually on a little tram system that's built into the ship. It'll actually go that way, and it'll retract the Dragon amidships for better stability on the vessel. Dragon capsule's pretty heavy. And when it gets amidships, there's like a gantry that'll go up to the door. They'll open the hatch, and the 4 astronauts, or 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut, will egress. Will they really have to go through quarantine after the moon this time? I would assume so. How long does it take to normalize now? Well, after a long duration stay, it's going to take a little bit, Chris. Jessica Meyer was on the Crew 10 launch, and she's been to the space station. She's EVA'd a couple of times. She said it took a couple of months to like get fully like kind of to reestablish your motor skills, like because your brain adapts to floating around in space, and then going back to like walking and stuff, it probably screws with you a little bit. Is the capsule able to tell if it's sinking in the water? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'd be able to figure that out. What is a gantry? French here. Sparkship, it's this thing. So the capsule gets set down here, and then see how this is a platform that's elevated off the main deck of the ship. When Dragon moves up to it, this platform, this gantry right here, is aligned with the door, the side hatch. So they'll open up the hatch and they can get out. You'll see it, dude. You'll see. Gantry is what I would call this thing. Have they ever had problems with marine life while retrieving people from inside? No. Russia has private transport, Drummer, yes. Okay, but why? Get an Apollo because we didn't know if there were pathogens on the moon. Is this still the case? I don't know, bro. Go with what you know. Haven't you been listening? How far away did the boats hang out before landing approximately? A couple miles. The splashdown area is a pretty big, pretty wide area. It's not precise.
And as we continue to await Dragon to be hoisted up.
Dragon's shelf life really stops after about 7 months, Costas. That's what it was engineered for per NASA's specifications, because NASA wants to do 6-month missions. You'll start to get, if I'm recalling correctly, you'll start to get solar cell degradation if you stay up longer. I'm here to teach, he says. Oh, shut up, Steve.
Jaden, it's so great to hear you.
Awesome. So splashdown, Sandra, was nothing
Freedom,
short of
be advised.
spectacular.
We are transitioning the forward link. Comm will be unavailable for approximately 5 minutes.
Freedom comes.
Thanks so much, Jaden. We did just have some communications letting us know that we'll have about a 5-minute period where...
Now, the capsule can't use Starlink, but she could. Just saying. She's on the ship over there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was mentioning earlier.
What, are you calling in on a rotary phone?
Spectacular. And we were stationed about 1.5 nautical miles away from the splashdown zone and had great visuals here on the recovery vessel Megan. We actually saw a little of the smoke trail as the spacecraft was coming in.
Jeez.
And then moments later, we spotted those drogue chutes.
Cool,
and
man.
this was quickly followed by 4 healthy white and orange main parachutes. We then tracked Dragon all the way down as it slowly propelled into the ocean. And I think I speak for all of us on the ship when I say a new core memory was made today, and we are looking forward to having Crew 9 on board with us a little later.
Jaden, that is amazing. Now, obviously, we are watching it here on camera, and the landing conditions look pretty good, but how was it from your perspective? What is the sea state out there?
Yes, Jim. There's the parachute cover.
Absolutely.
Acts as a ballast tank
so
to keep it stable
we've had optimal
upright.
conditions for splashdown, and today it is sunny and 63 degrees outside right now with clear skies, light winds, and calm seas.
16,
the sea,
17 Celsius.
Looks absolutely beautiful right now, and light blue with the sun reflecting from it. And Kay, I think
how do they do
gonna
pinpoint
like
landings?
What they feel
I got you. Give me a
on this
second, okay?
Perfect day for splashdown off the coast of Tallahassee.
Thanks so much, Jaden. It certainly looks like a beautiful day. Can you tell us a little bit about the journey of the recovery forces to get to this point?
Okay, so how does the capsule steer? So the landing area is like maybe 2 to 3 square kilometers. It's not very big. That's not a lot considering where you're coming from. How does the capsule steer to that? Well, okay, if you notice, so Scab, take a look at the capsule. The capsule's kind of tilted in the water. It's kind of sideways. It's heavy on one side. The capsule's heavy on one side. Now, why? Why would you do that? Okay, if you drew like a straight line through Dragon, so Dragon is here, there's a straight line, you cut it right in half. the center of gravity or center of mass would be slightly offset to that cut on one side. That's why it's kind of sitting sideways. You see how it's tilted to one side? That is a design feature that goes back to Gemini, the Gemini program, the earliest parts of the space program. Why do they do that? Well, okay, how the heck are you going to steer a gumdrop shaped vehicle, right? It's shaped like a frigging gumdrop. How are you going to steer that? Okay, so the heat shield's on the bottom. It's currently underwater right now. What they can do with that offset center of mass, right? Their center of mass is offset off the center line. What they can do with that is roll the capsule. It's about all you can do with something that's shaped like a freaking candy corn, right? Now I want candy. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, so all you can do is kind of roll it. You're not going to be able to pitch and yaw like an airplane. You have no wings, right? So that offset center of mass is used to modulate angle of attack of your heat shield. So they can basically roll the capsule upside down. And if they roll the capsule upside down, it's going to want to fly with the heat shield facing towards the ground. And if they roll the 180 degrees again, it's going to want to fly with the heat shield facing up towards space. You can use that to steer. You could turn the capsule 90 degrees and generate lift that way. You could turn it another way. You could generate lift that way. It's something that they figured out during the space program. And that's how they can precisely land these capsules. They steer them. Well, the computer does. The computer steers the capsule back down. But that's the idea. It's really, really smart. A very elegantly simple solution. A little bit, Flykin. Not a lot, though.
And Jaden, if you did just want to go ahead and let us know what is next to retrieve the crew, we are continuing to get some great
Shout out
news
to
on our
Spider-Man.
screen, but I know you
now,
have
once
an even
again,
better
I'm
view
not.
yourself.
That person isn't short. Okay, that's a pretty normal sized person. But compared to the Dragon capsule, the person looks really tiny. Like if you look at all the different people, the Dragon capsule is actually huge. It's a lot bigger than you think. It's about the size of like a small bus or like a big van. It's a big capsule. Once again, that's because down here at the bottom, you have the service module. It basically brings its service module back with it. It doesn't jettison it like other capsules. The service module is ahead of the heat shield. And that's part of the reason why it has 4 chutes, because she's heavy. It's a heavy capsule.
With that, I'll toss it back over to you guys in Hawthorne.
So what this...
Thank you so much.
What that person up there is doing is attaching the rigging to Dragon so that A-frame right there can pick them up. What they're going to do with the recovery vessels, they're going to tilt that frame out over the water and they'll attach it to Dragon, right? And then there will be people on the sides with taglines to keep the capsule aligned. And that A-frame will pivot back up over the ship and it'll pick Dragon up out of the water. That's the A-frame right there. You can see the taglines on the side. The taglines are there to make sure the capsule doesn't move left or right when you go to pick it up.
Discussing where the crew will
Michael,
fly off
thank you.
onto the coast of Florida, and then eventually
dolphins chilling?
they'll fly back to Houston.
Just underneath that helicopter pad is that translation deck where we will see the nest once it is loaded up with the Dragon spacecraft on board. The nest will be translated to the forward end of the recovery vessel, and
I know,
that is where
this is sick,
our
man.
Crew 9,
oh, dude, there's
team
dolphins.
members
That's
will
awesome.
egress from
This is
the
awesome.
Dragon
This is
spacecraft.
awesome.
Now,
It's
here
great,
on
man.
your
I love
screen,
soccer.
You can see dolphins, actually.
Oh, that's
who
killer.
play with Dragon.
Dude,
Now, one of the
what is
fast
going
boats,
on?
they're in place, working to assist the recovery team member. It's incredible. I just love these views. We really
Those dolphins are probably really confused. They're probably like, what is this? That's not a boat. What is this? And dolphins are smart. They would know the difference. I seen Flipper. Okay? They're smart. No, any marine biologist out there, they're super smart. Dolphins know what's up. They know what's going on. They're probably looking at this going, what the heck is this? The same way that you and I would look at it going, what is that, a marshmallow?
Dragon spacecraft. Earlier we saw
10 to 12, Trey?
like
I think that's a guess,
pose. We can see that
way to make me
now
feel old in
standing
one
the
word.
bucket
Sorry.
Where the main parachutes
I'm saying to
were
snowflake.
stored while Dragon was
Und hier
on
sank.
orbit.
Und hier ist ab und
Obviously,
dann-
those main parachutes were utilized
And
for
you can
splashdown
quote him.
today. They were deployed and cut from the Dragon capsule. And one of the fast boats in the one of the other fast
What, you're not
boats
gonna get
of
that on the
recovery
NASA
team
cast,
working
sorry.
to pull those out of the water. Now, the recovery team member that is
Hey, I had to. There's dolphins on it, man. It's the perfect in for Ace Ventura.
Checks. Now we can see some harnessing being placed around the capsule.
See, they're just watching. I'm serious. They're peeping what's going on
out of the water.
They're like, what the heck?
The recovery
what is
vessel.
This? That ain't no
wow,
boat.
We got a cute little pod of dolphins. It wasn't just one or two.
Where's the D-Pod Dolphin Pro? Oh, please tell me Ryan is doing the NSF cast. Please. Please, I need this in my life. Hold on 1 second. There's a channel that I roll with from time to time called NSF.
But it really ranges. Maybe a couple of days, all the way to a few days.
Hang on. I'm crap posting in the NSF chat.
But either way, both are nominal situations. Sometimes they just like to allow their bodies to recover a little bit more than others.
Cool.
You know, it's different for everybody.
All right, cool, sweet. All right.
One more step as we continue to work recovery operations for Dragon Freedom, and we anticipate the lift of the Dragon capsule to occur here in just a few minutes. Now, once all of the rigging is on the capsule and it's hooked up to the recovery vessel, we will see the hydraulic arm, which is that kind of like bridge-like structure there at the aft end of the recovery vessel. We'll see that articulate backwards, and
the dolphins probably heard a big bang.
That's a good sign that we're
probably like, what the
getting
heck
closer
is this? Dude, there's
to pulling the capsule.
Like I said, they ain't gonna hurt you. They're just straight up looking. They're like, wait, what is this? Ace Ventura 1 or 2? Big question. I like 1. 2 is awesome though.
Basically a basket. We call it the nest, Dragon Nest, where that's where the
capsule
capsule
helicopter pad, Denny.
will be placed in order for it to be translated to the floor.
After the astronauts ingress or egress out of Dragon, they'll have a private medical conversation with the flight surgeons and their medical doctors, right? Their primary care physicians are actually on board the ship to make sure that everything is working, everything's good. They'll go through a checkup, go through a little physical, and then they get on a helicopter and go back to their respective space centers.
Particular operation from one of the onboard cameras from the recovery vessel. That is an operation that I have a lot of respect and admiration for, that individual that does that.
Leave it alone. Is it normal for astronauts to feel sick after coming home?
So again, Dragon continuing to get closer and closer to the recovery vessel, Megan. You see some of those ropes now coming into view as well. If you are just joining us, Crew 9 splashed down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, they're still just chilling over there. I saw them.
Nick Hague, Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander.
So the rigger here is going to attach the main harness and then the taglines.
Up onto the recovery vessel Megan.
Taglines are a very fancy way of saying a rope.
Hydraulic arm get lowered into
There's a rope on either side, and guys are pulling on that rope to make sure the capsule stays centered.
Mechanism that is
You're going to need a bigger boat. That was sharks, not dolphins, man.
And into the nest located there at the aft end of the recovery vessel.
And the recovery vessel being used today is, as we mentioned multiple times, is named Megan, but that's actually after NASA astronaut Megan MacArthur, who flew on Crew 2 a couple of years ago. We're getting some views now from actually inside the boat.
Yes, Heidner.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
You're a weird guy.
This view
That's none of your dang business, and I'll expect you to stay out of my personal affairs.
Recovery vessel.
I don't have any more gum either.
Closest to the camera, that is the egress platform.
Freedom. Rigging is almost complete. Approximately 5 minutes until capsule lift.
Here we go.
Great news there from SpaceX Core. So about 5 minutes left until we see Dragon Freedom get lifted out of the water.
All right, so once again, Dragon is going to get lifted, and it's going to get set down on this. Elliot, entertaining and informative. Thank you. My pleasure. Pleasure's all on this side of the screen. Okay. And I'll tell you, that's one guy with straight shooter upper management written all over him.
Dragon Freedom being lifted out of the water.
All right,
and
see,
onto
A-frame's
our
going to
recovery
pivot.
vessel,
You see the two
Megan.
tag lines right there. Pull to keep it centered. Make sure it lands on this thing right here. The donut. It's a donut. Or pineapple slice, whatever. And watch, when they let it down, a bunch of water will splash out this thing. That's a bagel. What'd you call me?
So once securely on...
She's a little off center.
Welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Recovery personnel are completing final checks and stand by for translation
Guys,
to the egress platform.
She ain't centered. Yeah, there you go. Lift it up. Pull the tag line.
Freedom copies.
Great news there, letting
See,
us
they're
know
gonna pull-
that Dragon
Yep.
Freedom has been successfully recovered
Yep,
from
see, there we
the
go. They pulled
water's
the tag
surface. If you've just
See, they
joined
pulled
us,
that
we
side
had
to get the
an
thing to center.
on-time splashdown at 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, and we can now see that
These shots are
the,
amazing, dude.
water recovery operations are continuing to progress.
see any
The
astronauts
nest
swimming here with
where
Perry, do
the
you?
Dragon spacecraft is located is going to
I did, Peter, a long time
get
ago.
moved forward. This will happen after one of the recovery crew members does some checks, and we'll also see some hosing.
Promoter, what's up,
Obviously,
dude?
the spacecraft splashed down in salt water. Salt water
there we go.
is corrosive.
There we go.
And
Center
we
it.
want to try and rinse out as much of the salt water as possible to reduce that corrosion on the metallic structures. So we can see some guidance there being provided,
have ribs.
really
They have 3
steering
ribs
the
on it.
spacecraft properly into the Dragon's
Jim.
nest.
3 ribs and 2 jet
And it's
skis,
been
from what I
30 minutes
understand.
since Dragon
They're
splashed down,
sitting behind the
and
vessel.
as you can see there, the spacecraft is already on board the recovery vessel Megan. Things
Guys,
continuing
just
to
center it.
move very smoothly today throughout the entire operations from the deorbit burn up until this point as well.
And Freedom, it looks like the positioning wasn't quite right, so they are working on repositioning the capsule in the nest now.
Okay, copy that. Thanks.
And with that, the team is just going to adjust the Dragon spacecraft a bit so that it's in the right position ahead of translating up a little bit closer ahead
Guys.
of the side hatch. So the team is now going to step
Don't
through the
drop it.
procedures to ensure that that takes place.
Don't drop that stuff. Don't
While
drop
Dragon
it.
does fly
Don't-
itself
don't drop it.
autonomously, it
Pray to
clearly
God you
is
don't
unable
drop
to
that thing.
park itself
Frickin' right.
autonomously. We want to make sure that the Dragon capsule is properly seated
They're not going
there
to drop
in
it.
that
But
nest.
also, please don't drop it. Now, see, guys, the reentry and the splashdown and everything wouldn't make me sick. That would. You're sitting in the capsule doing this, like you can't really see outside at all. That I'd be like, oh God, oh God.
Once Dragon is fully seated in the nest,
it'd come
we'll
through,
probably see a bunch
like
of that salt
sustained,
water
like
come
5G
out from
reentry.
the
You're like, yeah,
bucket
whatever.
there
This though, I'd be
located
like,
underneath
oh God,
the side hatch. See some salt water splash out. As I mentioned before, one of the recovery team members will begin hosing down the exterior of the spacecraft.
Gonna make it. Gonna make
So
it.
you are continuing to get some great
Gonna
live
make
news
it.
on your screen of Crew 9, which includes
Gonna-
NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams,
Guys,
Butch
what are you
Wilmore,
doing?
and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, who splashed down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida, 2:57 p.m. Pacific time this
You
afternoon.
had one
Now
job.
working to get that spacecraft situated in the nest. Just making some final adjustments and tweaks to ensure that it's nice and secure.
Oh, I made it. It's not
Once the
fitting because it's not a
spacecraft
square hole.
is,
Yep.
Seated and secured and oriented correctly
Like
in the
a
nest,
glove.
Dragon will be moved into the hangar located underneath that helipad that we saw earlier from the aerial views during recovery.
All right, Freedom, looks like you are settled into the nest now. Team is working through hypergol sweeps.
Gonna make sure picking it up and setting it down a bunch of times didn't spring a fuel leak.
Call out there telling us that
that's your
the
hole.
recovery team is
you too
doing
good
the
for your
second
hole?
round of those hydraulic sweeps. This helps ensure that everyone, all the recovery team members that are located basically right where this camera is located on, towards the forward end of the recovery vessel, that they will all be safe.
Happy Gilmore
once
2 was
the-
announced
once
today,
the
dudes.
spacecraft is translated forward.
I don't know what to think.
So we're just doing some additional steps to make sure that the hypergolic propellant that is utilized for maneuvering the Dragon capsule while on orbit, making sure that none of those vapors are still present on the exterior of the capsule.
So they're sniffing around, but they're also plugging up. They're putting plugs in the thrusters, guys, to make sure that just in case, like when you move this thing, or if it's going around on, like, sailing a ship's going through like potentially rough seas or anything, you don't potentially have a fuel leak. They plug all the thrusters. There's a thruster block here, and then there's another set on the back. They're plugging the ones up front first, and when I say plug, they just put, they have a tag out plug that they put in that plug. It's cone shaped. Anyway, they're plugging the thrusters up front first, because when you go to open up the door, you don't, like, once again, you don't want to screw around with the propellants. Now, don't get me wrong, Dragon doesn't have that much residual fuel and oxidizer left. Most of it was used for modulating the roll on the capsule during reentry, right? But even trace amounts of NTO and MMH can, you sniff that, it's spicy gas. You don't want that. Not good for you.
It's kind of that rectangular shape. It has not been opened since since Crew 9.
This is a SpaceX operation, Snoory, with 3 NASA astronauts and 1 Russian cosmonaut on board.
It's opened. Once docked to the International Space Station, crew enter through the top hatch, which was where the nose cone is now closed. That's the hatch that they actually utilize to go ahead and get inside the International Space Station.
And stop huffing the spicy gas. Man, Ernok, how appropriate was that zip, huh? So
as we get a little closer to that hatch opening procedure, you might start to see more individuals come into frame for some of that support.
I like movies. I don't know if you guys
The ship has a maximum capacity of a little over 40 people on board, and it takes a variety of different roles, as we've discussed.
Unlikely, Trapo, but we don't know.
Also on board is the chief of the astronaut office for NASA. That's Joe Akaba.
What is the difference between astronaut and cosmonaut? Cosmonaut are Russian spaceflight. Russia calls their astronauts cosmonauts. We call our cosmonauts astronauts. It's just blah blah. Not really refers to country of origin at this point, or kind of. European people that fly into space, like part of ESA, are also called astronauts, and Japanese astronauts are also called astronauts. Russian space flight people that fly into space are called cosmonauts, and Chinese space flight people that fly into space are called taikonauts. I think that just goes back to the Cold War. Soviet Union and the United States, they just call them different names because, no, we're not calling them their name. Screw their name.
Safety is our #1 priority with this operation, so we'll see the crew members helped out of the spacecraft one by one, and they will be assisted the few feet to the medical quarters.
Cosmonaut is the coolest.
The boat.
I don't mind either one.
And onboard Dragon are 3.
I try not to get hung up in the minutia, dude. Astronauts, taikonauts, cosmonauts, dill hole knots, turd burglar knots, whatever. This suit is black buzz knot, whatever. Not. I don't care. You can call it whatever. I just want to go further into space. I don't care what it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it lands on another planet.
For those of you that have just recently joined us, I would encourage you to hit that rewind button and go back a few minutes. It was a beautiful splashdown of Dragon Freedom with the Crew 9 cohort on board.
Saturn V used 5 humongous
They had an
engines.
on-time
SpaceX
splashdown at
Falcon Heavy
5:57
uses
p.m.
27
Eastern
smaller
Time.
engines. Is there an easy
2:57
explanation?
p.m.
Oh, yeah, Gumbo. The real easy explanation. They're bringing the capsule up to the gantry here. Spark ship. This is what I was talking about. Gumbo is a real simple explanation. Making a big rocket engine is difficult. Yep. Making a bigger rocket engine is extremely difficult. Yeah. Yeah. It's easier to make smaller rocket engines and cluster them. Yep. That's the simple answer. Answer. That's the simple answer. Sorry, Sean Connery came in at the end there.
Working on side hatch opening now. Expect hatch open in about 2 minutes.
Sea Dragon, please. Oh, okay. We want to be technical. Remember how I just said I don't like getting wound up in the minutia, but if you want to play this game, Admana, we can play this game. The reason why building a bigger rocket engine is more difficult is because, so when you're using a bipropellant cryogenic rocket engine, or at least semi-cryogenic rocket engine. Here, EJ's going to bring out the big words if we want to play the technical games, okay? So the F1 engine uses a gas generator with a fluid and kerosene impeller attached to it, right? The gas generator is capable of making 66,000 shaft horsepower. Now, that's a lot of horsepower because you got to move a lot of propellants into a bigger engine. When you have a impeller-fed liquid fuel engine, it's harder to make a bigger engine. Now, man, I wanted to be Mr. Technical over there in my chat. Yes, I'm calling you out. You wanted to be Mr. Technical. You're talking about Sea Dragon. So Sea Dragon is a liquid fuel engine, and it does use semi-cryogenic fuels in the first stage. But the thing about Sea Dragon and why at least theoretically they wanted it to be so ridiculously big is because it's not impeller fed, it's pressure fed. Big difference. Big difference. When you're using pressure fed systems, you can afford to scale the design. But in the case of a bipropellant impeller fed rocket engine, it's tougher to make a bigger one. That's why they make smaller ones. It's easier to manufacture smaller ones, and it's easier to make them work. Gumbo, another easier way to say it would be that it's tough to make and sustain an explosion that big for a long period of time. Even the Saturn V engines, all 5 of them, the F1 engines, making 6,700 kilonewtons or 1.5 million pounds of thrust per engine, 7.5 million pounds of thrust total liftoff, or about 35 meganewtons of power at liftoff. Those still only lasted for about 2.5 minutes because making an explosion last that long is really difficult. You need to spray a lot of fuel on the fire, so to speak. And making an impeller that can move that amount of liquid that fast, that light, is really difficult to do. That's still hard to do by today's standards.
Help the crew members
now back to Ace Ventura
unbuckle
references.
And stand up, and
Time.
essentially we'll also see a fun little slide being put in place to help the crew members exit the spacecraft safely. So
no, that's my wife.
We're gonna
Yeah,
remove all 4 of those footrests to basically give a little bit more working room inside the spacecraft.
Hi there, nice to see you, Bumblebee Tuna.
That's right, and we did hear the go for that hatch opening.
Why the
so
gas
we're
mask?
just a
The
couple
fuels
minutes away
are
from being able to
carcinogenic.
See that. And then we might be able to get
the fuels
chance
will
to
kill
see
you,
a
so they're
couple
going to
of
sniff for
views
gases
inside
first.
of the Dragon and see.
And once they confirm that all the fuels are, once they confirm that that the capsule's clean, they'll take the masks off. The fuel that Dragon uses is stable for a long period of time up in space, but it's also really toxic to humans. It's hydrazine, so it's monomethyl hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. If it leaks and you inhale it, you'll know. Here, looks like we might be a little bit behind. They're detorquing the door. All right, hatch is open.
There you have it. The side hatch is open for the first time since September.
So what they're going to do they're going to put the guards on the seal here because the flange that the door seals up against is very, very sharp. It's a very precision machine surface. It's like razor sharp. So they're going to put this cover on it to make sure nobody punctures a suit on it. Now, that doesn't really matter here, but you don't want to mess the suit up. And also make sure nobody just hurts themselves on it. Now, what that guy is doing is documenting what the seal looked like right after he opened up the door. The name of the game with spaceflight, like I said, is routine. routine, slow, and methodical, right? You have to, well, deliberate, I should say. I shouldn't say slow because SpaceX is anything but, right? But you document every single step. You open the door, take a picture. You know, you lift the door up, take a picture. Inspect the door seal, take a picture. They'll probably take a picture of the back seal too, just to be absolutely sure. They're clamping down the door flange protector there. In preparation for astronaut and cosmonaut egress here. That's a nice way of saying get out of the capsule. See, crew egress. Yeah, that on top of, you know, not cutting yourself on that surface is very, very precisely machined. You don't want to like dent something or like have a wrench hit it or whatever, because if you hit it, it's basically a write-off. The door will never seal correctly if you do that. It'll put it completely out of whack. It's very, very, very delicate. You got to, now I know what people are going to say. Why make it like that? Well, you have to make a door that can open up and close, but basically not act as a door for a 6-month duration stay up on the ISS. No leaks. It's a hard thing to do. That's why they have the covers, and that's why they inspect the surface of the door. They inspect the door jamb, so to speak, to make sure that it's okay. Yeah, and survive re-entry too. That's a good point, Cartesian. Yep. The tolerances there are very, very, very little. You really don't want that thing to leak. A little JB Weld will fix it. Yeah, no. Yeah, Drag, they reuse these capsules. This is this capsule's 4th time coming back from space. Dragon Freedom has flown 4 times now.
Oh, of course we got a well-documented.
The one that we saw launch for Crew 10 the other day, that was its 4th flight too. Yeah, SpaceX reuses their capsules. Oh yeah.
4 smiles on board right now.
And we did hear that report out from the commander,
Thanks,
Nick Hague,
Tifu.
following splashdown, that there were four
Just
smiles
RTV
as
it.
far as he could see.
Yeah, capsule full of grins.
You know what, Barry? You know what the funny thing is, dude? You know. Ah, there's a live shot. There we go. 4 souls back down. Butch, Alexander, Nick, Sonny. All right, some supplies down there from the ISS. Now, you know what the funny thing is? Permatex, so room temperature vulcanization cream is used in the aerospace industry a lot more than you think. You use it to make gaskets for your car. No, it's actually used there a lot more than you might think. It's all over the place on capsules.
Exit first. You might hear us refer to this as the exit process as egress. It's just another term for exiting the spacecraft. Generally speaking, we most of the time have
a trapped hair is enough to
center
cause an issue,
seats.
one man. Yes, it's
Egress
that
first,
precise.
as it makes moving around inside the capsule a little bit easier.
Yeah, they actually use RTV on some of these panels. Like, see the seal right there? They grouted it with RTV. It's good for that. It can withstand high temperatures, and you have to. These panels are bolted on. You can see where the bolt holes are on those panels. You got to cover that up. You can't have the bolt get fried from re-entry. That would be bad. See? All the holes right there for where all these panels attached to, and the seam, it's all RTV'd, guys. I'm not even kidding. It's probably not the same Permatex you can go down to the auto store and buy, but it's close. They're removing the seat.
That looks like we are starting to see the footrests.
Stupid rear main leak.
Oh, be removed.
Dude,
I just saw
too
one
real. Too
there
real,
on the
bro.
screen.
Too real.
There are 4, of course, 1 for each crew member.
Oops.
Those footrests are made out of carbon fiber.
It's a big capsule, yeah. Karen, Dragon is a lot bigger than people think. You think, when we think capsules, you kind of think of like, oh, I'm sitting in a tin can.
Same goes for
Don't sue me.
the armrests.
No, Dragon's
and the
actually
bucket
pretty
length
spacious
of
for its
each
size.
seat. We size those appropriately for the crew members and to ensure their comfort and safety.
Why the machine door seal versus the gasket versus
the
using gasket material? Well, long story short, the door needs to open and close again. Can you imagine how long it would take to open that thing if you used gasket material? You ever tried to take off something that you permatexed back together, like a water pump or something? That would suck. It would take hours to open the door.
for all Dragon spacecraft flights that Splashdown crewed, as well as for our Soyuz spacecraft that land in Kazakhstan.
That's right, Wolf. That's unfortunate, Jim. Looks like a stormtrooper helmet. Oh,
we can see the exterior of Dragon Freedom quite clearly in this shot, and it's such a beautiful sight.
That's right, article.
I personally prefer the capsule when it has some of that charring from atmospheric reentry. It is the signature sign of a capsule that has returned to Earth.
Can the hatch be open from the inside? Natch, I'm sure there's a way to do it. Its procedure is to open it from the outside, though. But I'm sure there's a way to do it.
Continuing to stand by for our first crew member to egress or exit for Dragon Freedom following their splashdown at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time. Dragon undocked from the International Space Station at 10:05 p.m. Pacific just yesterday, so it was about 17 hours of phasing.
Look. What is this? What? Yep.
And while on board the International Space Station, Crew 9 contributed to 900 hours of science, over 150 research experiments and investigations.
What are the eyes of the face? Those are parachute mortars, dudes. Those are parachute mortars. So they use a pyrotechnic system to deploy the parachutes and push the rigging out away from the vehicle so it'll unfurl correctly. Yeah, if you just tried to pull it, you just let it go, right? You run the risk of it snagging on something. So they use mortars. That's not anything new. Apollo did that. Apollo had mortars up top like that too. Seriously, it's a pyrotechnic. There's the rigging is loaded in, right? And it has an explosive behind it, and it pops and it shoots all the parachutes out the side. Yeah, those are the mortars. Yep. Because they are mortars. That's what they are. That's what they're called.
From Dragon.
Why pyros over heavy springs? Bagel Buddy, why pyros? Probably because it's lighter mass. All right, here we go. Nick's coming out. Watch your head. Mind the gap.
We can see folks on board clapping as our first crew member.
We got you, Natch. Nicky!
And that is NASA astronaut Nick Hague, commander of Crew 9. Now out of Crew Dragon Freedom.
Because you don't need to worry about contamination right now,
thumbs
Alpha.
Up and a wave.
The reason why they have the masks on when they're going to launch is because you don't want to contaminate the inside of the capsule when you're up in space. When you're coming back down, though, the second they open that door, the capsule got contaminated. So don't worry about it. They'll refurbish it. But yeah, that's a good question, dude. Yeah, Wounded. The crew, yeah, that's right. The crew is coming out of the square hole. That's right. Yeah, they bring them out on the gurney there. I don't know if you want to call it a gurney, but whatever. Yeah, coming back from space, and don't get me wrong, I've never done it. Maybe, you know, Elon or Jeff or whomever, call me. Call me. Astronaut testimony said like it screws with your motor skills, like your brain has to like readjust to having gravity push on you. You get used to floating around. It's kind of weird that our brains just adjust to microgravity, no problem. Like it takes a little while. They're on the way up. Some people do get space adaptation syndrome, which is where your brain is just like, I don't like any of this. You should stop. You should stop doing this, and then it just, yeah, eventually it goes away. Now, coming back down is the same thing, dude. It takes a while to, your brain has to kind of relearn how to, like, walk.
First space flight. Spent 171 days in space alongside NASA astronaut Nick Hague.
Looks like we're
Is it
getting
like
some
jet lag?
cheers and clapping
No.
on board.
You don't forget how to walk when you're jet
As
lagged.
Alexander is
When do you think we'll see Crew
slid
Dragon in
down
the
the little
Smithsonian?
ramp
2030?
and placed
Yeah, maybe.
into the mobility aid.
This is
Again,
how
big
Valkylonis
smile.
feels back in the well. Yeah, damn belters. Yes, Pasatka. Welcome home, Alex.
Now, the two crew members remaining in Dragon are NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore.
You call it gurney a stretcher. Yeah, we call it too.
They
We call it that
completed
too. Pat.
286 days
Call
in
it whatever.
space.
How about we just call it the seat,
One
the
of the
seat
remaining
lay down bed with
footrests
wheels
being
thing?
removed from the Dragon spacecraft.
The space bed. All right, cool. Help me, Doc. I'm sick. I'm vomiting humans.
As I said before, we generally try to have the crew members that are located in the two center
It's called a
seats
mobility aid.
aboard Dragon, and we like to have them egress first if possible, as it creates a little bit more movable working
SVO,
room
I like that.
inside
That
the-
right there is a pro
inside the
gamer chair.
spacecraft. There is a recovery crew member inside that is helping all
Imagine
of our
if Ninja had a chair like
all
that
of
and
our
a low taper fade.
Crew 9 crew egress or exit from the
I don't know
spacecraft.
what that means. I don't think anybody knows what it means, but it's provocative. I'm leaving. Yeah, that's fair. yeah, that's fair. That's all right. I get it.
We are standing by for the next crew member to
Stop
egress
sitting
or
like a
exit
noob.
Crew Dragon Freedom following the splashdown.
Oh, thank
Not
you,
even
Ivan.
an hour ago at
Why do you
2:57
keep
p.m.
saying
Pacific
France?
time.
France. Yeah, the first thing that they do, there's 4 medical rooms on the side. You could just see them right there. The first thing they do is basically get a physical.
Really
with
have
their
the
primary
recovery
care
operations down pretty quick
With
at
the
this
doctor.
point.
Yeah, it's pretty
Private
incredible
military
to think
private
that
military contractor.
just
Nice,
5
EJ.
years ago when
Private
we were
medical
doing
conversation.
the initial
I acronymed
demonstration
when I should have
missions
not.
of
Backronym.
the Dragon
Whatever.
For Crew Dragon that now we're under
I went PMC and some
about
people went,
30
huh?
minutes for to retrieve the spacecraft from the water, and just several minutes here while it's been on board and to get everyone
No, I'm
really
good.
to get that
Space is
side
cooler.
hatch open.
Sorry. The capsule face is mortifying.
For those of you that have just recently joined,
Why?
the Dragon
Why,
had an
Perplex?
on-time
Why are you like
splashdown.
this?
Oh, it looks like we're getting our next crew
Sonny!
member here. That is none other than Sonny
All
Williams.
right.
Big
Hello.
smile, big waves. She, like her other
Snow
crew
Hat,
members,
Ohio,
now
Scooby-Doo
will be
toilet.
assisted onto the mobility
Yeah.
aid.
Rudro Raggy.
There we have it. Some waves, some thumbs up, and some smiles.
Definitely seems to be
that's fair.
a theme among all
She's
recovery
rescued.
operations.
Absolutely.
Why?
And of
Why
course,
are you like
that
this,
leaves
chat?
NASA
Stop
astronaut
it.
Butch Wilmore
Barry!
inside Dragon in seat 4.
3 months to refurb it, Chaos. There's no... SpaceX doesn't do it fast. They don't do it fast on purpose because the demand for it is
We're
only
getting
once
some
or
views
twice
of him
a year.
now as he egresses or exits the spacecraft.
A lot of physical training, John. A lot of PT. Not anything too hard, though. There we go.
Once again, some
All right.
elation and cheers there
That's what I'm talking
from
about.
Butch Wilmore. as we mentioned before, returning to Earth.
I did not.
From,
I most certainly did not.
Coming from a microgravity environment can wreak havoc on the body. So it is customary and just standard procedure for all of our long-term space residents to get assistance once they are back on board the recovery vessel.
All right.
Well, now that Nick,
if another person came out of the capsule,
and Alexander are safely back home on Earth,
do the astronauts just pee in their pants, or how does it work? Yeah, sure, no problem, Rogue. Dragon has a toilet. It's actually up here. It's above the hatch. There's a toilet up there. With that being said, NASA likes to call them absorbency garments. But yeah, now, Rogue, I get asked this all the time. Okay, so here's a quick fact, frequently asked questions on pooping in space. It's one of the most popular topics here on the internet. I don't know why. Anyway, so how does the toilet work? A very, very light vacuum cleaner. You gotta create a vacuum to get the feculence away from you, because gravity usually does that for you, but you make a vacuum to do that. Second part, you know, obviously you're not, the fasten seatbelt sign is on when the capsule's going up and coming down. If you have to go during that, you can. I would hold it, to be honest. Cleaning up that mess, especially on the way up, that would suck. Yeah, that would not be fun. So they have it, but as Bert Gummer once said, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. But yeah, there's always redundancies built in just in case, you know, you have to. Yeah. Also, with that being said, the last thing the astronauts do before they go up the tower and get into the spacecraft is take a dump. I'm not even kidding. That's the first thing they do when they arrive at the pad. They go use the bathroom just in case. Because you're going to be sitting in that capsule for a little bit. The next time you'll be able to go is when the capsule's on orbit. And they usually start ingress operations for the capsule during launches at about T-minus 3 hours. So, hope you don't have to go pee when you're nervous. So, yeah, little frequently asked questions on the toilet and how it works. The ISS also has a toilet as well. Fun fact, Crew 10 launched the other day and someone clogged it. Don't ask me why I know that. I just know it. I get paid to know that. That's why I'm over here and that's why you're over there. Someone clogged the toilet on Dragon. Not even kidding. Yep. Crew 10 was advised to not use the toilet until they get to the ISS. That's not even a joke. That absolutely did happen. Who do you think clogged it? Whoever ordered breakfast burritos as their final meal before launching. You know what they say, you're an astronaut, so diaper up. Dude, it absolutely happened. I'm not even kidding. Did they call a plumber? No, you are the plumber when you're up at the ISS.
Crew 10
you are the plumber.
To the space station just last week on Friday, March.
Someone will have a new call sign.
Thank you as always
oh
for
God.
joining us for tonight's coverage of the splashdown of Crew 9. Remember to follow SpaceX on X and NASA online.
That's why, like, when we watched Crew 10 launch the other day, I was like, you know, somebody asked me like, oh, what would you eat? And I was like, oh, I wasn't thinking about like what my favorite food is, right? Because like the answer would be like a gigantic freaking hamburger with tons of bacon on it, like a real artery clogger. But then again, you got to think about what you're going to be doing over the course of the next 24 hours after you eat that. There are some cases where a toilet might not be near you. So I thought about it and I was like, no, like beef stew or something. Like something that's not gonna, you know, mess all up in here. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know. not something heavy. Sonny is wearing Frank Rubio's suit. Yeah, that was the spare suit. They had a spare suit up there. Frank Rubio launched, astronaut Frank Rubio, he launched on Soyuz. He's been down for a little while. Looks like they had an extra suit up there for him. Interesting. Farts are propellants. That, dude, look, Bazdon, all I'm saying is that those spacesuits, okay, those spacesuits are airtight. Okay? When you don't have access to the toilet, you're most likely in an airtight spacesuit that's connected into the capsule's life support systems. If you let one go, you're Dutch ovening yourself, dude. Ain't no crop dust in here, okay? You're in a sealed spacesuit. That would suck. Okay? So how about you just use the toilet before you leave? I'm just saying, bro. It's like, I'm just putting it out there. Like, that would be awful. It'd be funny, but it'd be awful. You smelt it, you dealt it, pro level. Hey guys, did someone fart? I don't know. We're all in sealed suits. Oh yeah. No, it's good. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. No, you don't. No, that's not how the life support systems work. Everybody loves their own brand. Oh boy. Off nominal higher suit pressure. All right. So that's going to do it for, actually, that's not going to do it. The post-flight press conference with NASA is going to happen in about 30 minutes. So, the cuttlefish and the asparagus or the vanilla paste? Vanilla paste! The vanilla paste! It's got the vanilla paste! Cuttlefish and asparagus? Oh, okay. Does going to the ISS or returning take a lot longer? It's about the same time, Rogue. Yeah, it's about the same time up and down. Orbital mechanics really denotes your transit time. So, you know, where the IS is relative to launch and where it is, where Florida or wherever relative to landing. Yeah, that's what really denotes that. Those questions for the conference are going to be great, huh? Oh, God. Oh, Tennyson, why did you have to remind me about that? Oh, no. Oh, Kate, I'll watch it. I'll take one for the team. It's gonna suck. It is gonna suck. That's gonna be awful. So, there's been a lot of mainstream buzz about two astronauts that came down with this mission, Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams.
Discovery,
right?
go at throttle up.
They flew up on a Boeing capsule and came down on a SpaceX capsule 8 months later because the Boeing capsule didn't work. It actually ended up working, but they weren't sure if it was going to work on re-entry, so they decided to leave them up there and work them into the regular ISS rotation and launched Crew 9 with just Nick and Alex. And then, you know, Butch, Sonny, Nick, and Alex came down on the capsule. The reason why NASA did this was, well, basically to not risk running another capsule to the space station. There's no, if they're cool with staying up there, just wait till the next bus comes, you know? So the news is the news for the past 8 freaking months has been trying to make it out to be like some Mark Watney, like the Martian Apollo 13 thing going on. And it's not. I don't know, Willie, maybe. I was going to ask you about, you thought they were stranded, that stranded headlines would finally stop. then you mention the press conference. Probably not. So the press conference is going to be fun to watch because there's going to be a lot of people asking questions, asking very, very complicated questions about space flight that they know nothing about. Like, they're going to ask really, it's going to be very non sequitur questions. Like, they're going to be very weird. Like, yeah, the news always does that. It's actually, sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's just like, you know, in the press conferences, you'll get somebody asking about, you know, oh, the thruster went off at 3 seconds before the planned mission time. What happened there? And then NASA will be like, oh, yes, we had our modulation scripts were not working correctly, so the thruster fired 3 seconds earlier. That's a very good observation. Thank you for doing that. That's what that was. And then the next question would be like, how do the astronauts feel? And then the NASA people always go, good. That's the kind of questions we're about to get. It's gonna be great. How do they feel? They feel great. They're happy. They're astronauts. You know, like, next question, please. That's how it always goes down, dudes. It's, yeah. I just kind of numb to it. It's for entertainment purposes. Yeah, honey, I'm home. Sorry, I got hung up at work. And they feel solid, non-ghost-like, very much alive. Yep. Please tell me Sawyer isn't suffering through this one. I don't know. Maybe. He might. Hold on. NSF moved to Starbase update, and Max is doing the Starbase update. That's pretty cool. Anyway. Every time the press mentions Stranded in the press conference, EJ has to eat a dog treat. Garfield, I had the treats up here, and I brought them back when I went back down to the house with Titan yesterday, but I was debating leaving them here in case the dog came up again. But now I'm really happy that I decided to bring them back down because I don't have any, dude. Sorry. Now I don't have any. Sorry. Any news about Starliner? Morton, I haven't really heard anything. Crew missions. Yep. I guess it didn't help that Elon started talking stuff about the whole situation, too. Yeah. I don't know what that was about, dude. The truth of the matter is that we don't know what's going on behind closed doors. We'll probably never know. So, I mean, nobody else is going to be like, yes, this happened, or no, this didn't happen, right? Like, with that being said, calling astronauts idiots is not a good look in any capacity. Probably shouldn't do that. Probably shouldn't do. Probably shouldn't do that. You gonna eat a Scooby snack, bro, Raggy? No, I'm good. Take a drink every time someone says Stranded. I'll do that. What do I win? What do I get if I win? A hangover? No, that's not good enough. Our disgust? Respect? Oh, I like that. A hangover? Another beer! 1 sub? I'll do it. I'll go get my... Actually, you know what? We'll keep the beer cold. The press conference isn't for another 20 minutes. Clogged toilet? No, we've been over that already. Free trip to the Gulf. What? A deleted VOD? No. Yeah, so, yeah, just, okay, moral of the story. Butch and Sonny weren't stranded. We don't know what happened behind closed doors. I will drink a beer. I will take a sip of beer every time somebody says stranded. Not beer, whiskey. I don't have any whiskey up here. I only have beer. Will Brimo be okay with this? Yes. No, not you guys. Not when you say stranded. If somebody says... It's a good game. I'm in. All right, cool. Stranded, 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 stranded. It sucks that they're stranded on Earth now. Yep. NSF stream was fun with the golf talk. Oh. Changing the rules. We were establishing the rules, Barry. We weren't changing them, okay? When's the conference? Post-flight, post-flight presser is in about 20 minutes. What's the chug word? Oklahoma. Oklahoma. So, like, did the rocket make it? Yeah. Zoot, yeah, she made it. We good. It's a Dragon capsule. It's one of the best capsules ever designed by man. Of course it made it. Can you explain how they weren't stranded? They always had a ride home. When you're waiting for the bus, they don't call it stranded. Oh, I walked to the bus station, and in the time I'm waiting for the bus to come, I'm stranded. No. Going from no rules to some rules is, I would say, changing the rules. No, we're establishing the rules, okay? Differences. I would argue that depends on where the station is. You can't change you can't ask for an explanation, then change the rules change your criteria for the explanation. I'm getting bamboozled over here. Wait, Triceratops red or the white? Is that the red or the white? Never remember that. White? Did I hear that you need more courrier de bois? No, I think I got a bunch left. So they were stranded. EJ confirmed. Oh man. You are making me so angry. Guys, they were never stranded. The only time they even really came close to it is when the Crew 8 capsule left. The handover period between Crew 8 and Crew 9. That was the only real time. So like after Starliner left, the Crew 8 capsule was the only way there. But even then, NASA actually had it was a really cool thing. So like Butch and Sonny came up on Starliner. Crew 8 was docked at the space station. Crew 8 had 4, right? Starliner had 2. They let Starliner go, right? They brought it back down unmanned. So that left one Dragon. And basically what SpaceX and NASA did was build seats out of spare ISS components for Butch and Sonny in the event of needing to get off the station quick. So for a moment, for a split second, for actually about a week, the Crew 8 capsule was the only Dragon in the fleet ever equipped with 6 seats. Yep. Pretty cool, huh? See, like, there's an awesome, really cool story about awesome NASA ingenuity and, you know, working the problem and stuff, but everybody's just like, they're stranded. Like, it's like... I am a bit disappointed. And if it's one thing I do not like to be, it is to be disappointed. Sorry, sir. This will never happen again. I know. If you keep making the face, it'll stay that way. Can crews survive a parachute fail? So, Rick, on Dragon, Dragon has 4 chutes. It can have 1 chute fail completely. And it'll still be... Actually, it could have 2 fail completely. It needs 3. NASA made SpaceX have 4 just to be absolutely sure. It could land on 2. It'd be a little bit rough, but it could do 2. You could even probably get away with one. I hope you have a seatbelt on if you do that. Yeah. Yeah, I hope you have a seatbelt on. Yeah, there's 4. You're basically in like double redundancy there. You really ideally want 3. They put 4 on there. Actually, there was a fun fact. There was a huge thing about this. There was a huge kind of back and forth between NASA discussing like pros and cons of having 4 chutes versus 3. You know, do you trade the extra mass on the capsule for added safety or not? Right? Yeah, so SpaceX said we're going to use 3, and believe it or not, this was like 10 years ago, more than that. SpaceX said we want to use 3, right? And NASA said you should use 4, but all right, whatever. So they started testing the 3-chute design, and it didn't work. And SpaceX was like, okay, you NASA people. Yeah, all right, you guys know what you're talking about. All right, we'll use 4. And then they made them requalify. That, believe it or not, was the reason why Dragon took so long to fly. It wasn't the thruster design. It wasn't the heat shield design. It was the parachutes. Dragon is heavy, man. Very heavy. It lands with its service module attached, with fuel tanks, engines, and thrusters attached to it. It's integrated into one thing. That's why Dragon has that really oblong, like, shape, because the service module is built into the design. And that consequentially makes the capsule a lot higher mass. There's a lot more capsule to bring back. So that's why they ended up going with 4. But you can lose 1 and it's fine. SpaceX also, that actually reminds me, dudes, you guys are right. SpaceX also actually has a contingency procedure that if all parachutes fail, the launch escape system will fire and it'll propulsively land, or at least help you cushion the landing. You don't own space. NASA does. NASA? Yeah, NASA. Space people? Maybe you heard of them. That's NASA. Sorry. Yeah, but what are the odds that they'll survive that? Better than hitting the water at high speed. So apparently they have everything they need in the capsule, but do they have cup holders? Do you need cup holders in space, Roy? It's just so weird we don't really hear anything from from ESA or ISRO. Maybe they should do better PR. Yeah, for the big gulps. Yes, why not? What do you mean, why not? The capsule, people are in the capsule. Out of a capsule's 6-month mission, people are in the capsule, in the atmosphere, cumulatively probably like 2 to 3 hours out of that 6-month mission. Why do you need cup holders? Seriously, you got your spacesuit on, you can't even drink it. They approved Dragon to land with Super Dracos in case of all chutes failing. Crew 9 was the first one to have that, Nianix, yes. We learned that in a post-flight press conference, or post-launch press conference. Where else are you going to put the booze? You know, Pi, I love booze just as much as the next guy. I don't want to be drunk and or hungover in space. That does not seem like that would be a real cash money thing to do. Added resale value, of course. Yeah, Sewer Rat, I'm going to go shop around for the used spaceflight capsule that best supports my needs. So while we wait for the rescue press conference, are you going to see some Stranded Deep or Stranded Alien Dawn? Oh, you piece of doo-doo butter. Why are you doing this to me? It is something that'll eventually be a thing. Hellfish, when I retire, I want to go on eBay and be able to buy used spacecraft like you could buy a used car. What about ashtrays in the armrests? Smoking on a spacecraft or fire inside of a spacecraft is not a good idea. They tried that once in the 60s. It did not end very well. That, nope. With that being said, Northrop Grumman's Cygnus capsule, they did light that one on fire. Yeah. After they filled it up with trash and it was going to burn up anyway, Northrop Grumman and NASA have actually been doing tests about how fire propagates in space. So after the Cygnus capsule, which is a one-time use, jettisons from the space station, they light the trash on fire. It's going to burn up anyway. What's a little, you know, giving a little persuasion, you know, it's fine. Yeah, they've been lighting the past couple of Cygnus capsules on fire. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So Cygnus is a dumpster fire? Yeah, but it's a space dumpster fire. So, you know, you put space in front of it, it's automatically cooler, right? Space toilet, automatically cooler. Space treadmill, automatically cooler. Space window. That's pretty sweet. Space station. Any word on that Electron second stage? No, John, everything went good with that mission. I haven't. Space Jam. Hey, Dave, $2 super chat. Thank you for the Fix the Dead Virtual Monitor Fund. Oh, thanks. Space Anxiety. Maybe. No, maybe not that one. Space Dumpster Fire sounds like a new genre of music. How about Space Dumpster Core? Yeah, Space Dumpster Core. Space Dementia. I don't know. No, I don't want that. Space Balls. Yep. Put the name on everything. With the real money from the movie is made. So the capsule already splashed down, guys. We're waiting on the post-flight press conference here. It should be happening within 10 minutes. Yeah, Syncos, not that. Sounds messy.
The Eagle has landed.
Fun fact, the reason they still build ashtrays on commercial aircraft still is because they know that humans are stupid and will smoke anyway, so instead of throwing the CIG in the trash, they'll put it in the ashtray.
Remember that tampering with smoke detectors inside of the bathroom could result in a fine. Space Frank's Red Hot. Yeah. Yep. It's automatically cooler. Or is it hotter? Yes. Okay. Space heater. Yep. The ashtrays are still on the minimum equipment list for commercial aircraft to fly. I swear I read somewhere that Russians smoked on Mir. It's probably happened, Fluffy. They did a lot of things on Mir that they probably shouldn't have. Like, you can, dude, but it's not really a good idea. You're, you know, worst case scenario, you're clogging your CO2 scrubbers up with tar. You know, that thing that builds up in your lungs if you smoke, right? Blowing that into your life support system is probably not smart. That's like the least worst thing that could happen. I don't think you need to jam up your life support systems with cigarette smoke or vape smoke. That's probably not a good idea. Yeah, Natch, yeah. Constant self-made blowback. You only live once. Yeah, and it won't be for very long if you keep doing that, Boom. Not so smart reuse. Yeah. Is this press conference started yet, or? Hopefully there will be a launch in Norway by ESAR this Sunday. I hope they stream it. The static fire looked really good. Yeah, Morton. Yeah, I wish ESAR all the best. Yeah, Nader, maybe. Yeah, Surat, maybe. Hey, Super Ella. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. We're waiting for the press conference to start here. We are at T-minus 5 minutes. Is there a crew rotation calendar? Believe it or not, like, no, off the top of my head. I'm sure there's something on NASA's website. What you're hearing in the background there is the sultry noise of Starbase Live. And we got a nice shot of some crappers.
Go at throttle up.
Sindri, 24-month resub, thank you. A press conference, what? Tell us Crew 9 is home safe and well? Well, we won't know until we watch it. Super, hey, from Germany. Hey, what's going on? How are you? Thank you very much for the raid. We just watched the Crew 9 capsule splash down, Crew 9 capsule splash down, and now we got the post-flight press conference coming up here very soon.
So
here is pretty cool. Here, I'll just show some NASA space flight. There are some dolphins. It's pretty cool. See? Some dolphins just came over, wondering what the heck that thing is. I guess I won't have enough time to watch all of the Starbase updates since I missed the majority of it, will I? Starbase update is still being shown. Oh no. The Starbase update is 23 minutes long. And Max did the narration on it this time, which is actually pretty cool.
In Florida?
I'm getting ready for Friday on another note. 2-minute flat lap time on one lap. I don't think I can maintain that. How'd you do? Man, I gotta practice, man. I'm gonna bring my A game. Why did they get rid of the food heater from the older space stations? I know they don't have one on the ISS. They have an oven. They have an oven on the ISS. It's actually, yeah, they have an oven. It's like actually closer to an air fryer, if anything. The reason why they don't have something big like you saw on previous space stations is because power consumption. You only generate so much power with solar panels. Remember, ISS is solar powered. So a lot of power draw is a no-no. Space air fryer, see? NASA calendar is a bust, nothing there. I don't think they've announced Crew 11's crew yet, Sebaski, so I'm not sure. Worth watching as well. Usually lots of tidbits of information. Sure, One Man. Yeah, Starbase update is awesome. Yeah, Jack does a good job. One Man, did you see the time I had a cameo in one? A little while back. It's pretty funny. I was at the very end of the video. It was the Starbase update from January. Damn you, Wraith. It hasn't even started yet! Okay, we got a minute left. I'm gonna go grab my beer. Here's the deal. I have to take a swig of beer, a good swig of beer every time the word stranded gets said. So I'll get two. I got a feeling. All right, here we go. I got stars and stripes. Got my Yinzer. Marooned? What'd you call me? What the heck you just say to me, chat? 2 won't cut it? Oh. Why did I admit to doing this? Have a few ready? I brought 2. Call me an optimist. You need stranded and rescued? Bro, are you out of your mind? No, Gantz? I don't have Gantz, no. Alright, fine. Rescued 2. Oh, you guys scumbagging me into getting plastered on stream. What if they say not stranded? That has to count. But we better if it was Guinness. I'm not wasting my Guinness on a drinking competition. What are you, out of your mind? Guinness should be enjoyed. What's wrong with you? Stranded or rescue constitutes one good glug of a beer. Has to be a good drink. Not just... It has to be, you know, one of those. No, Henris, I've done this many times. Don't worry, I'm a professional. I remember that Outdoorsman, yeah. Dan cameoed SBL. He went in front of the cameras and went, ah! Guinness from the bottle or tin can? Neither. Pour it in a glass. Oh, the music stopped. When the music's over. Ying is good lager, boom. Yeah, it's good stuff. Oh. Who would you rather do a live stream with, Chris G or Dan Hewitt? I know both of them, Outdoorsman. I could probably swing that at this point. I don't know. I like Chris. Chris is the man. But I like Dan too. Damn it, why you gotta make me choose? Can we just have, like... No. Not do a live stream with Chris or Dan. Have a flame trench with Chris and Dan. Now that I would do. Yeah, he did. Not like that, Wayfair, but I don't want to talk about this anymore. You got your Yinzers ready, Survey? All right, cool. Plenty, I'm crazy. I'm not stupid. Got to do a taste test. We have to lay down the ground rules for what is a swig. This is a sip. This is a swig. And this is a gulp. Tasty. This music's awesome, man. It makes me so happy. I missed it. Show us again. Just let me listen to the music and think about colonizing other planets, okay? It's okay. This intro is awesome.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Rocket Tranquility, we copy you on the ground.
New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
1-0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery rocket, go for deploy.
Thanks, Tim, and to everybody in the shuttle program. The crew is go for launch.
Rocket, nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Good evening and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center for our Crew 9 Post-splashdown news conference. We are joined in studio today by Joel Montalbano, Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA's Space Operations Mission Directorate, Steve Stitch, Manager for NASA's Commercial Crew Program, Bill Spetch, Operations Integration Manager for NASA's International Space Station Program, and joining us virtually, Sarah Walker, SpaceX Director for Dragon Mission Management. We'll be taking some questions from here in the room today and on our phone bridge today. So if you're in the room, be sure to get our attention to ask your question. And if you're on the phone bridge, be sure to press *1 to enter the queue. Before we get started, though, we'll start with some opening remarks from our panel here. And Joel, we'll start with you.
All right, well, thank you. And thank you, everyone, for being here. And for those of you tying in remotely, thank you for showing an interest in our great space program. It is awesome to have Crew 9 home, just a beautiful landing. I think many of you heard that back in January, the president asked SpaceX what it would take to bring this crew home. And I will tell you that at the time that question was asked, we were already looking at options, what to do with the Crew 10, Crew 9 situation and how we're going to set that up. I'll tell you a little bit, when you plan these dynamic activities, a lot of work goes into them. For example, for the landing that you guys just witnessed today, there's a number of things that we look at, a number of factors, weather being one of them. You saw great weather today. In addition, we look at the readiness of the recovery team to make sure they're ready to go. We look at the handover time on orbit between the incoming crew and the departing crew to make sure there's enough time for activities to be accomplished before the departing crew leaves. We do have the benefit of having NASA astronaut Don Pettit remaining on board. He'll be coming home on Soyuz in April, and so he'll continue the handover with the crew. We also look at the vehicle traffic, the vehicles coming and going. And when you pull all that together, the International Space Station program, the Commercial Crew program, and SpaceX came up with the plan that we just witnessed. The Crew 10 launch last week, the docking over the weekend, the undock early today, and then the landing that we just witnessed. So just an incredible amount of inputs that you get to pull all that together in order to have a successful operation. I want to tell you, we want to thank the Crew 9 team and the ground teams for their dedication to excellence, their resilience, their flexibility during this expedition, everything they did to have a successful expedition, as you have all witnessed. SpaceX has been an incredible partner for us, and it shows the benefits of the commercial-public-private partnership that we have. So they've just been a huge, great partner throughout all this. Crew 9, in addition to the spacewalks that many of you witnessed, they performed just about 150 experiments on board the International Space Station with over 900 hours of research. And the work we do on the International Space Station benefits the
Don
nation,
Pettit's up there on a
benefits
Soyuz, man.
people on Earth.
He's up there with the Soyuz
and
crew.
are the building blocks
He's fine.
for going back to the moon and to Mars. So Nick, Alexander, Butch, and Sonny, welcome home. On behalf of NASA, I want to thank the administration. I want to thank all the work of the NASA teams and all the work of the SpaceX teams. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Commercial Crew Program Manager, Steve Stitch.
Stevie.
Thanks, Joel,
We like
and
Steve.
thank
Steve's
you all
cool.
for being here. Greatly appreciate your interest in the Commercial Crew Program and also human spaceflight. Of course, as you know, it's been just a huge week for Commercial Crew. The missions,
No,
I think,
Lillian. He flew up on
sometimes
Soyuz.
seem easier than they are. If I just step back and think about all the challenges we had to launch Crew 9, moving to a different launch pad, adjusting the seats and the crew training, and then, over the weekend, once we docked Crew 10 safely, looking at the weather patterns, finding this great opportunity that we landed at today, adjusting the timeline. It's never easy. Spaceflight's always dynamic. Sometimes it seems like things move from step to step to step, but there's usually different paths along the way. So the weekend was culminated today with the landing of Crew 9. We Dragon splashed down at about 5:57 p.m. off the coast of Tallahassee. That's our first commercial crew program landing at Tallahassee. We've had a couple cargo flights land there. And now it's great to have Crew 9 and the Freedom capsule back home, and its fourth flight is now in the history books. Of course, we're overjoyed. I watched every crew member come out of the vehicle today. Post-landing, it was great to watch Nick, Sonny, Butch, and Alexander come out of Dragon and smile and wave as they came out of the vehicle. We'll get them, they're on the ship now, we'll get them back to meet the NASA aircraft and then back to meet with their families. If you watched the weather today, it was incredible.
I don't know who
clear
has the record right
skies, real low winds, maybe 3 or 4 knots of wind, and really calm seas. You could see the dolphins swimming around the capsule, which was kind of incredible. SpaceX had a nice drone aircraft flying around and taking footage, and that was just incredible. As I said, the ops team just did a phenomenal job over the weekend, pulling in the landing to get the crew home sooner and take advantage of this great weather opportunity. Really appreciate the versatility of SpaceX, the ISS program, commercial crew program, and the flight ops team in planning out the timeline, looking at the crew's workload, determining whether we could pull this off, doing sleep shifting, all those sorts of things that made this an opportunity happen. I also want to thank our partners at the U.S. Coast Guard. They were there on scene, protecting the scene and making sure that it was safe for mariners in the area. The FAA, the Department of Defense, continuing to support us. It's great to see the teams really in action. Overall, I would say it was a really clean undocking, reentry, and landing.
That's right, Barry.
The Dragon vehicle performed extremely well. Didn't really have any issues to work. Little things, a GPS outage that we reset a filter on and things like that. Today, the sequence went perfectly. We jettisoned the trunk, executed the deorbit burn, closed the nose cone, and did the entry. You could hear Nick call down when we finally got the vehicle back through the blackout, 4.6 Gs, and you could tell they were doing well, and then braced for the parachute deploy of the drogues and then the mains, and then having splash down. So parachutes performed well. The whole system worked just as planned. The crew's doing great. They'll spend a little time on the recovery ship getting checked out, making sure that they're healthy and ready to go, and then eventually they'll make their way back to Houston. Again, I want to congratulate the entire NASA Commercial Crew Program, the SpaceX team. In many ways, if I step back to last year, this has been 9 months in the making, and I couldn't be prouder of our team's versatility, our team's ability to adapt, and really build for the future of human spaceflight and looking at different ways to do business, taking advantage of one vehicle to launch a crew and then bring back the crew in a different vehicle. Our partner SpaceX did a tremendous job. Every time we asked them to do something a little different, they stepped up and to the plate and did that, including swapping capsules 6 weeks ago prior to Crew 10, and then also adjusting the Crew 9 mission. We'll celebrate for a while. We're going to take some time in Commercial Crew to celebrate this one and spend a little time with the crew. And then we'll move on to Crew 11. Crew 11 will be here Before we know it, we'll launch that vehicle as early as mid-July, so we'll start preparing for that. And then, we're working hand in hand with Boeing as well on certification of Starliner, getting that vehicle back to flight. Butch and Sonny's return on Dragon, to me, shows how important it is to have two different crew transportation systems, the importance of Starliner and the redundancy that we're building in human spaceflight for our low Earth orbit economy. We're super grateful for Boeing as well and their investment. They're keenly interested in the landing today. They have a watch party going on and are watching Butch and Sonny come back. And they've texted me, as the build up to this, they're very keenly interested in Butch and Sonny. And then we're interested in their resilience. That whole Boeing team, like our whole commercial crew program team, is resilient and moving forward to the next steps on Starliner. It's been a busy start to 2025. It's hard to believe we're in the middle or toward late March. Looking for an exciting summer as well, and I look forward to your questions, and I'll hand it over to Bill.
All right, thanks, Steve. Yeah, welcome, and thanks for everybody's interest as we continue on. Return today marks the successful completion of the Crew 9 mission, and really with them handing over operations on board to Crew 10. Just some interesting stats as we go through. Nick and Alexander both spent 171 days in space on this trip, seeing the arrival and departure of 4 different visiting vehicles to the ISS. Butch and Sonny spent 286 days in space, and they got to see 8 different visiting vehicles coming and going from the ISS. We stay really busy as we talk about all these vehicles coming and going from the station. Nick and Butch each conducted 1 spacewalk, and Sonny conducted 2. That actually gave Sonny the record for most time on spacewalks by a woman, and puts her 4th overall in terms of time outside doing spacewalks.
Yeah, baby.
The crew contributed to more than 150 unique experiments, like Joel said, including stem cell technology to potentially address blood diseases, autoimmune disorders, and cancers. They tested lighting systems to help maintain circadian rhythms, which will help improve conditions for not only future crews as you go through spaceflight, but also those on the ground for shift workers and those in extreme or remote environments. They did plant growth and quality experiments to support future Moon and Mars missions as we look forward with that. They loaded a really interesting experiment. JAXA had their first wooden satellite. They loaded that into and got that deployed from the ISS. And then as part of their spacewalk, Butch and Sonny collected samples from the station's exterior to study the survivability of microorganisms in the vacuum of space. I'll tell you, the Crew 9 crew did a great job here in the near term supporting this shortened handover period with Crew 10 and enabling that landing opportunity that we saw today. There was a lot of work that they did ahead of Crew 10 arrival to get prepared, and then really working through all of the things that we need to do to hand over the emergency procedures to the crew, to get the cargo transferred that they need to, and to get all the vehicles set up for Crew 10 to be very successful. Crew 10 is already working hard, and they're working on key science investigations on board. They already kicked them off even while they were getting prepped for undocking the other day. So coming up on ISS, we still have a lot going on. We have NG-21 release at the end of March, providing some important trash disposal for the space station. Always, you got to get rid of all the stuff that you bring up, so you got to bring that down somehow, and NG-21 is going to take away a lot of that. And then we'll look forward to Soyuz MS-27 launch Tuesday, April 8th from Baikonur Cosmodrome at about 12:47 a.m. Central.
Johnny Kim's
That'll be
on
carrying NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky. And then before Soyuz MS-26 returns, Alexei Ovchinin will pass on the role of ISS commander to our JAXA astronaut Takuya Nishi. Really a lot of great stuff continuing on station. I really appreciate the entirety of the team, joint with SpaceX, NASA, our operations team, the program teams, the engineering teams, all the work it takes to turn around these missions. It's a ton of stuff, and then we go change it on them at the last minute, and they handle it like the pros that they are. So welcome home to Crew 9, and with that, I'll hand it over to Sarah.
All right, thanks, Bill. Well, it's a good day to be here at SpaceX, and it's a good day down in Florida as we welcome Crew 9 home from their stay at the International Space Station. We're happy to have safely returned Nick, Alex, Sunny, and Butch back to Earth and to their families after their time at the orbiting laboratory. Human spaceflight is dynamic and exciting, and this crew knows that as well as any other. So back in September, Steve was talking about this a bit, Crew 9 became the first human spaceflight mission to launch from Pad 40 using our new Dragon Tower that we completed construction on last year. And it was our first mission in a while to fly a crew of 2 since Bob and Doug's historic flight in 2020. So then just 3 days ago, we launched Crew 10 to take over and continue the work of Crew 9 on ISS. And I forgot to mention this Friday night, but Crew 10 was our 50th Dragon mission since first launching COTS 1 in December of 2010. That's a huge milestone for the team. COTS, if you don't remember, stands for Commercial Orbital Transportation Services. And COTS 1 was the first demonstration mission under that original partnership with NASA to resupply the space station with cargo flights. It was also the mission that inspired me to join the SpaceX team, which I'm so grateful I was given the opportunity to do a few months later. So the rest is history.
Wow.
We've been bringing cargo and more recently crews to the orbiting lab for well over a decade since. And as we talked about a few days ago after Crew 10 launch, NASA and SpaceX adapted as this mission evolved. And I appreciate all the kind words said already during this press conference. As we adapted together, we kept safety at the forefront. And thanks to the teamwork across the 2 agencies, a change in the Dragon spacecraft for Crew 10 and then a shortened handover helped accelerate the Crew 10 launch and the Crew 9 return. Then over the weekend, we decided as a joint team to undock a day earlier than originally planned to take advantage of some great weather we were seeing off the coast of Tallahassee for splashdown. So I know this required quite a bit of creativity from the NASA team and the onboard crew to compress the handover even further than they already had. And I'm thankful for everyone's hard work and flexibility to safely bring Dragon and the crew home today. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that today's return was also our final Dragon recovery on the East Coast. So after 6 years of successful recovery operations off the coast of Florida, we'll now be moving all Dragon recovery operations back to the West Coast. I just hope the California coast can bring as many dolphins as we saw during today's operation. That was really fun to see. We had a nominal return today. Dragon is healthy and the parachutes performed as expected. The crew is likely on the recovery vessel now, soon to transit to the SpaceX NASA handover location, while the SpaceX vessel transports Dragon back to our refurbishment facility at Cape Canaveral in Florida.
Trunks.
It's amazing to think that SpaceX
kept coming
has now
down over
safely
populated
flown
areas, Snackless.
62 crew members from 14 countries to space, 52 of those to and from the International Space Station. Dragon has supported 46 missions to the station in all, and 29 of those on reflown Dragons. I think that's enough flights that we can be really proud of what the team has built together and what we've accomplished, but always with the humility and awareness that we will continue to learn every single mission. The stakes of getting this right are and always will be high. And as Bill Gerstenmaier often says, we must always stay hungry and vigilant to scour the data before, during, and after every operation we perform. It's always an honor for all of us here at SpaceX to launch human spaceflight missions and safely return astronauts and cosmonauts as we continue to advance human spaceflight. Thanks for having me on the briefing today and look forward to your questions.
Dude,
all right, thank you all for your opening remarks.
All told, Dragon's probably going to end up flying more than the space shuttle. I don't know how to feel about that, but...
Go ahead.
All right, here we go.
I think this is for Steve Stitch. I mean, Crew 9's home, but the research hasn't stopped because what you need to know about what happened with Butch and Sunny on orbit, that's still an ongoing medical research project. Would you kind of expand on that for me? What will you learn about their 9 months on the space station?
Dodged.
Yeah, I think I can comment and then see if Bill has anything to add. But, every single crew member that we fly in orbit, we collect medical research data. We do various blood draws at various times during the flight, especially toward the end. Do bone density measurements in space. We look at their vision and how their vision might change over time, their intracranial pressure. We do all kinds of things. So you're right. Every single astronaut, when they come back, including Nick and Alexander, is participating in all kinds of experiments, and we're learning from all those. And I'll see if Bill has anything to add.
I mean, I think you covered the vast majority of it. We look at everybody when they come home, and every duration adds to that database of knowledge of the effects of spaceflight on the human body. And so we continue to look at that across all of our crew members.
Okay, we'll take another question here in the room. Mark, go ahead.
Mark Strassman, CBS News. Steve, I want to pick up on something you said, which is the keen interest in Butch and Sunny. All 5 major television networks cut in with live special reports following the splashdown, because Butch and Sunny have arguably become America's most famous astronauts over the course of their 9-month saga.
Don't do this to me, man.
So now that they're home, now that the saga is over, what do you is the takeaway?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I haven't probably had a lot of time to reflect. We're certainly looking at Starliner very carefully. We're in the process of looking at that vehicle, looking at the helium system. We've got some candidate seals that we're going to replace. We'll get into some testing here over the summer timeframe with what we call an integrated doghouse at White Sands. So we're looking at that. The thing I think back of this whole timeframe is how really resilient Butch and Sunny were the whole time. I mean, they launched on what was going to be a short test flight with the crew flight test vehicle with Boeing. And then they moved very quickly into station increment operations, and they became seamlessly part of the International Space Station. And they did that because they're experienced astronauts, and we had prepared, right? We had flown gloves for them to do spacewalks, and we had flown a lot of components for them. So I think that shows the adaptability of crew members. And if I think forward to exploration and maybe some harsh missions to the Martian surface someday, or back to the moon, the adaptability of crew members, changing the timeline for their return. Certainly a huge thank you to their families. When you think about Butch and Sunny, they enjoyed their time on station. They got to do spacewalks, and they got to do lots of cool science and things like that. Their families are the ones that really, kudos to them for being resilient in a planned short duration flight, now turning into a long duration. And I think back of when they went into quarantine. They went into quarantine in the April timeframe for the early May launch that we had for the crewed flight test. So the families, a huge thank you to them. I'm sure the reunion is going to be wonderful with the families. And we'll keep learning as we go and keep being adaptable in the future.
Let me just add, if it's okay, it shows the flexibility of our commercial providers. The fact that they flew up on the Boeing vehicle and home on SpaceX, this is a lesson learned for NASA too, such that when we do have Boeing and SpaceX both flying on a regular basis, we need to be able to do the opposite too. If we come up on a SpaceX vehicle and have a problem to be bringing people home on a Boeing vehicle, it shows you, this year, I think many of you know, we celebrate 25 years of crewed on the International Space Station, and just shows the flexibility we have with the space station and our commercial partners.
We'll take our next question here in the room. Go ahead.
Ed Lavendero with CNN. Two questions. Do you have specifics on the timeline of when the astronauts will be landing back here in Houston and reuniting with their family over the next, I'm presuming, the next few hours? And then secondly, the more delicate question is, of all the talk that we've seen over the last months that these astronauts had been, quote, stranded in space, how did that kind of talk affect you guys over the last few months in formulating a plan to get them back home?
Yeah, I don't have the specifics of the timeline. I know they're going to fly back here tonight. They'll probably spend some time rehabilitating a little bit and the docs watching them, and they'll join their families in the next day or so. Relative to the mission planning, I think what we did was we tried to look for opportunities to bring the crew back when it was safe to do so. And, we always had a lifeboat, a way for them to come home all the way back to Starliner. If you remember, during the Starliner crewed flight test mission, we said if there were an emergency during part of that mission, we considered the thrusters, the service module thrusters, good enough to bring the crew back then. We then transitioned to the Crew 8 vehicle for a temporary time frame until Crew 9 arrived. So we always had a way to get the crew home safely should we need to. And then it really became, when is the right time? When is the right time to bring them back?
Discovery,
and then when we had to
up.
swap over Dragon capsules from the new vehicle, which wasn't quite ready, we moved to Capsule 210. We figured this March timeframe was the timeframe to execute this direct handover that we just did. So for me, it's been the normal kind of planning I do all the time, looking at all the options, working with SpaceX, working with the space station program, and finding the right time to bring the crew back.
Okay, we'll take another question here in the room.
Hi guys, my name is Amanda Henderson. I'm with KHOU 11, the CBS affiliate here in Houston. 10 days turning into 9 months, but turning also into hundreds of hours of invaluable research that they got up there at the ISS, and also moonwalk hours Can you talk a little bit about how when you realized that they were going to be up there for longer than the intended time frame, they were able to transition into getting that invaluable research started?
He just answered
Yeah,
that.
I can start with that one, and I can let these guys
ago.
add in. So even before they launched, because we knew they were flying on a test mission, we provided all the training for the stay on ISS that they would need to be a long-duration crew member. We flew the equipment. Every crew has unique equipment that they need to do a spacewalk, and we made sure we had that up there. So I think it really comes to the preparation that we did even before they flew that allows them to be so successful when they get up there. And that's really what we do with all of the crews that fly to the ISS. There's the rigorous training program that they go through. They're prepared for things. They have a lot of skills-based training that goes on so that they know how to do the basics of everything. And then we have an outstanding team on the ground working with them. They get to work directly with the scientists in a lot of cases on experiments that help walk them through what they're doing, video downlinks. We have a lot of different ways to kind of help them through, and it really just enables everything that they then do on board in an effective manner. But it all starts with that preparation that we did ahead of time, knowing that we have a test mission coming.
I do think the difference, like the shuttle missions had a finite duration. The way the space shuttle worked, it had fuel cells, and they used liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen to power those fuel cells. And so at some point, that vehicle had to return. But the beauty of the space station is wonderful laboratory, wonderful place for the astronauts to live and work, and you can almost stop the clock if you have a problem. And I think that's something that we learned on this flight that's a little bit different is, so when Starliner we had planned for maybe a short 10 to 2 week mission for a test flight, when we needed more time, we took that time to understand the vehicle. And then when we determined that the better option would be to bring Butch and Sonny back on Dragon, we pivoted over to that plan. So I think Station gives us that flexibility that we never had before. And we also have flexibility now, as Joel said, with 2 different vehicles. So someday there may be a case where we're using Starliner to handle a Dragon contingency problem of some sort. So we have a luxury that maybe we didn't have in the past, and so we're adapting and learning from that.
All right, we'll head over to our phone bridge to Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
No, he's right. Redundant to similar is a good idea.
Yes, good evening. Probably for you, Steve. I understand the crew is being flown to Houston tonight and that they'll be staying at JSC in crew quarters. When will they be able to go home if they're feeling good? How much time off do they get before they have to go back to work? Are you giving them some extra bonus vacation? And when do you have to decide whether Starliner is going to be carrying Crew 12 up? What's the deadline for deciding on that mission, whether it'll be Starliner or Dragon? Thanks.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions there. I hope I get all of them. Let's see. The first question was, when do they go back to their families? It's usually within a day or two, once they're cleared medically, that we make sure, as they readapt to
Panic, that's what I was thinking.
Gravity here on Earth, it's usually a day or two. They'll go back to their families. And then, they'll get some time off, and then we've done a lot of, fortunately with Butch and Sonny, we've done a lot of debriefs already with them. And so we've gotten feedback on Starliner and feedback on many things for the crewed flight test already from them while they were on orbit. They'll have a standard set of debriefs with the Crew 9 crew because they really have been part of Crew 9 ever since Crew 9 docked. So they'll go through a series of debriefs. And then,
of course we have.
But they will get some well-deserved time off, well-deserved time with their families. It's been a long time for them, and look forward to hearing their stories about being with their family.
Survey.
I think the last question, Marcia, was when do we have to decide Crew 12 versus the next step with Starliner? And we probably have a little bit more time as we get into the summer and understand the testing we're going to go do to make that decision, whether it be Crew 12 as the next flight or Starliner. We're also looking at some options for Starliner. Should we need to, of flying it uncrewed, the vehicle has the capability to fly uncrewed if we need to. And so we'll kind of weigh all those things as we get the testing and analysis behind us. Boeing's done a good job of developing a new thermal model, which we're using to try to understand the changes we're going to make in those doghouses. We'll add some tape and thermal barriers in different places.
Better than that the first time.
So we have a little time to make that decision.
Okay, our next question is from Chris Davenport with the Washington Post.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for taking my question, and congrats on a successful end to the mission.
for Steve Stitch. You had mentioned your discussions with Boeing, and I'm just wondering, has Boeing given you a 100% commitment that they are sticking with the program, just given the enormous costs they've had to eat? And is NASA doing anything to incentivize them to stay? You just mentioned an uncrewed flight, for example. Thanks.
No.
Yeah.
I can't answer this one. No. Boeing's on the hook for 5 more missions. They're going to stay in it. NASA's not giving them any incentives. It's firm fixed price. They paid for the extra crew test flights out of pocket.
Boeing, all the way up to their new CEO, Kelly, has been committed to Starliner. I can see that in the way they're approaching their solution to the problems. They're taking the time to understand the leaks we had in the helium system and testing some new seals that we may field in those flanges. The same thing with the test plans that are multifaceted for the thrusters, some testing of the Teflon material, integrated testing at White Sands. So I see them being very committed. They want to provide a transportation system with crewed capability to fulfill their missions. And then they're even, I think, stepping beyond that and thinking about low Earth orbit and COMLEO destinations with their vehicles. So I see a commitment from Boeing to continue the program. They realize that they have an important vehicle, and we were very close to having a capability that we would like to field. I think we have some changes we need to make to the way we heat those thrusters, the way we fire those thrusters, and then we can test that on the next flight. So.
Our next question is from Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. This is for Joel, Steve, and Sarah. The White House put out a statement that said the landing today, representing President Trump, keeping his promise to rescue the astronauts stranded in space. And from what you just said during this news conference, I think this has been in the works for months, and a lot of work for everyone. I was just wondering, could you explicitly answer the question, if Kamala Harris were president, or if Joe Biden had run for re-election and won, would anything have changed with this mission? Thank you.
NASA is an agency. We work for the president, and who's ever there, we work for them. We had an input from that office. We took a look at it. And, our job is to take all the inputs we get and operate as successful and safely as we can. And that's what we would do for this administration, and that's what we would do for any administration.
Our next question is from Sana with Bloomberg News.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. I had another question regarding Boeing. I know you just mentioned that you're looking at options for an uncrewed mission. So I guess we're wondering who would pay for the uncrewed mission, and would Boeing be required to redo the crewed test flight as well? Thanks.
That's actually not a bad question.
Yeah, what we're looking at right now is we really want what I would call is a crewed capable vehicle. So even if we were to fly the vehicle without a crew in the return back to the next steps on with Starliner, we want that to be crew capable. So we want it to have all the systems in place that we could fly a crew with. In fact, as I think about it, it might be there for a contingency situation as we prepare for whatever events could happen. One of the things that I've learned in my time at NASA is always be prepared for the unexpected, always have options. And so that's what we're thinking about.
Only
so
the paranoid
we'll
survive
take
in
those
space.
steps forward. We'll look at the test data. We'll make a decision whether to fly it crewed or uncrewed. And then, we are trying to do it under what we call this post-certification phase of the contract. And Boeing has delivered a lot of the certification data already. They have a little bit more to go relative to the prop system. I think we talked about they're flying a new spacesuit eventually, and a few other things like that. So we're looking at doing it under that phase of the contract, and NASA meeting its commitments on those flights.
Our next question is from Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now.
Nah, Will's not going to let me down. Will's cool. We like him.
Hi, thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us today, and congrats on the splashdown of Crew 9. Maybe just following up on Ken's question to Joel and Stitch and Sarah, But obviously, as you've discussed tonight and over the last several months, the plan has been, established for some time on how to bring Butch and Sunny back to Earth. But, barring them returning on the seats that were added on the Crew 8 Dragon spacecraft, had the decision been made to try to bring them back any earlier, was there a Dragon spacecraft that would have been available to operate that mission prior to the Dragon that we just saw support the launch of Crew 10? Thanks.
Will didn't let me down, man.
Yeah, the earliest Dragon that we had to go fly the mission really was this capsule 210. And so when we were planning originally on Crew 10 to have the newer spacecraft, we thought it would be ready. And initially, we were going to launch in mid-February. We moved it to March 25th, and then I think Sarah talked briefly before about some of the challenges we had, or maybe it was Mr. Gerstenmaier, with a battery system that was a bad component we had to pull off. We had to pull the heat shield off and vector out of some work on the vehicle. We had some challenges with some valves in the prop system. And this, to me, is just evidence of how complicated. I don't think we always do a super good job of explaining how complicated the spacecraft itself is made up of millions of components that have to work in an integrated fashion, and you go through testing and qualification to get there. And so those components didn't work, and when we looked at that, we just pivoted over to the vehicle that was going to be ready the soonest, which was Capsule 210, and that led us to the March 12th date, and then eventually the March 15th launch.
It's always valve spoiled. Brick valves.
Our next, and maybe I would just add that with 5 Crew Dragon spacecraft in the fleet, certainly many paths are possible, right? With the allocations as we had them with our current slate of missions in the next 12 to 18 months, exactly as Steve said, it was the new spacecraft that was anticipated to be ready first. With
this is space.
I'm in
space.
The one we ended up flying shortly on the heels, and then when we ran into a processing issue on that new vehicle, the other one could be ready sooner. And so those were the 2 that were coming available. But certainly we can pivot and adapt. Flexibility is the name of the game, right? And so if we change what lanes or what stage of the flow any given spacecraft is in, we can open up other options available. But we had these vehicles allotted to or allocated to specific missions, and these were the 2 spacecraft that met the need that we had here in the spring to fly these missions in the timeframes that they were requested.
So
all right, our next question.
So they could have, but they didn't change the processing flow, which is that's okay. So they could have flown a Dragon earlier. They could have gotten them earlier, but oh God. Okay. They could have gotten them earlier, but they didn't because that changes the routine. I know it seems like, the routine is mundane and that's how problems happen. No. You got to be vigilant, and you got to do the same thing deliberately every time, right? So, you guys ever seen The Martian or read the book? What happens when they rush the mission, the resupply mission, right? What happens when they rush it? Doesn't work. You don't screw with the processing flow on a human-rated capsule. SpaceX could have. They probably could have done it, and you know what? It probably would have worked. But NASA said, hell no, don't do that. Don't rush it. There's no need. They're fine. They're fine up there. They agreed to stay up there. It's not a big deal. There's no need to rush anything. You're introducing more risk aversion that way. Don't do that. And so SpaceX said, all right, fine, whatever.
Thanks. Just 2 questions. One quick one for Steve. I just want to be clear. So it sounds like the testing results that you guys are going to have with Starliner this summer and maybe later on is going to determine whether its next mission is uncrewed or crewed, and whatever that next crewed mission is that going to be like a routine certification crew mission, or might there be another CFT? And then the second question is for Bill Specht. I was just wondering if there's any studies that Butch and Sunny are involved in that investigates the behavioral or psychological kind of response to not just long duration spaceflight, but unexpected changes to a mission in the middle of it. Thanks.
Joey.
Yeah, when we look back at the crewed flight test, we got a lot of good data out of that flight relative to having a crew on board. So really the thing that we need to solidify and go test is the prop system and the service module. We need to make sure we can eliminate the helium leaks, eliminate the service module thruster issues that we had on docking, and then the rest of the vehicle performed really well. So when we look forward, what we'd like to do is that one flight and then get into a crew rotation flight. So the next flight up would really test all the changes we're making to the vehicle. And then the next flight beyond that, we really need to get Boeing into a crewed rotation. So that's kind of the strategy.
Okay.
And then to your second question, all of our crew members go through evaluations. They fill out surveys. They do medical evals. So all of these things happen on every crew member. So we do get some unique data from Butch and Sunny based on their stay, but it's something that we do with every crew member that flies. There's always changes that happen on board. There's always adjustments that we have to make that all of the crew members adapt to. As you've watched with our flight schedule over the years, it's very rare that we actually get a flight to fly exactly where we planned it 2 years out when they were thinking it was going to be. So it's okay that we have these changes and they adapt really well. But everybody gets
two big ones,
kind of looked at in terms of those effects and understanding just the effects of spaceflight on them. So
CNN and the New York Times let me down.
Okay, our next question is from Maria with KBIR Knoxville.
Hi, yes, thank you so much for your time. If someone can walk me through the physical and mental adjustments that the astronauts are going to be experiencing.
What's an astronaut?
I can try and see if Bill and Joel have anything to add. When they get back, the body is an amazingly adaptable. The one thing that the body will struggle a bit with is the inner ear and the vestibular response in microgravity. When you transition from 1G here that we're sitting in this room to then in space, the inner ear can get a little disturbed because gravity's not pulling the fluid down and the little hairs inside the inner ear. And so the crew can take a little while to get to adapt to microgravity. That same thing happens in reverse when you land back on Earth. The human body was adaptable and was used to being in microgravity. Now the vestibular response is such that you feel disoriented, you may feel a little dizzy, you may have trouble getting up. And then, of course, physically, their body, when they were operating in space and doing operations inside the various modules, their muscles weren't working as hard, their heart wasn't working as hard, and so there's a muscular and cardiovascular kind of reconditioning that has to happen. And so that's what's happening now. And then, there's a little bit of response coming back to 1G. In space, I could let this pin, release this pin, and it's going to stay right where it is. And, in 1G, if I release the pin, it falls. And so there's a little bit of that the crew has to get back and learn the skills back here on Earth again. So.
Okay, our next question is from Jackie with the Times of London.
Oh, no.
Hello, and thank you. I'm sorry if this is a really frustrating question because I know there's so much good work done on this mission.
Jackie.
But there has been a fictitious narrative woven around it by prominent people who are hard to ignore.
Please.
Why has NASA not pushed back more emphatically against that and against the use of astronauts by one of its commercial contractors as political pawns? And what's to be lost by simply correcting that narrative for the sake of the public who have paid for the mission? Thank you.
Mother.
I would say, our job at NASA is to successfully and safely fly these missions. We fly it with the laws of physics.
Why are you doing this?
And we fly it with our commercial partners. And so oftentimes there may be things out in the press that may not be exactly what's happening. And our job is to fly these missions. And regardless of what you read in the press, our job is to fly successful missions, safe missions, and do the science we do on board the International Space Station. I mentioned this year 25 years of continuous crew presence on board later this year, the International Space Station. And we do about 150 experiments every expedition we fly. So think about it, every 6 months. I think we're over 3,000 experiments since we started the International Space Station, and that's what we focus on.
Okay, our next question is from Jeff Faust with Space News.
Jeff won't let me down.
Hey, good evening. Question for Bill or Steve. Since the Crew 9, Crew 10 handover lasted only a couple of days, was there anything you would normally do on a handover you weren't able to do in this case? And in the future, might you consider shorter handovers between future commercial crew missions?
Actually, a really good question because Jeff is the man.
Across the board, the main thing that we have to get done is, like anytime you get to a new place, is the emergency briefings. Where do I go in case of an emergency? What are my duties in terms of an emergency? And that happens very early on. And then the follow-ons are more of the general, hey, where did you guys put this thing? Or where did you put that? Where did you leave this wrench when you get up there? Because you can imagine the size of the space station is so large, and there's a lot of stuff up there. So a lot of the handover that we do with the crews is more set up to be an efficiency gain. And that really helps them be more effective when they go.
Yeah, exactly, bloke.
Get
Where's
the
the
tasks done that we need to. So when we reduce that time, we reduce that efficiency in the near term to accomplish the tasks on board. We evaluate that each time and understand what our handover is. In general, we don't look to reduce that because we want to be as efficient as possible. We want to get everything done in the most efficient manner, get the most things done on space station that we can. But in this case, it was actually to our advantage to go work that shorter handover and then get them home as quicker, hitting this weather day that we had here today, and not leave it up to how the weather was going to behave days and days from now. So the critical stuff always gets done, that emergency handover, that how do we go handle contingencies on board. They're trained on the ground for all of these things, and we have a lot of support for the teams on the ground to help them as they go, so we can shorten it if we want to, but it's not quite the same as getting up there and finding out from the person that's been up there for 6 months, hey, I found that this was the best spot to put this, or I left this here, and so when you need it, go look over there. To go do this, or this is the best way to go pull out this drawer, or whatever you have to do for your experiments on board. So nothing beats that face-to-face handover and the time they get up there, but we have the options to shorten it when it makes the most sense.
Okay, our next question is from Sawyer with NASAspaceflight.com.
Hey!
Thank you so much. This question is, I believe, for Sarah. With this being the final splashdown on the east coast of the United States, what is the plan for Megan? Is that going to be repurposed to the west coast? Is that going to stay on the east coast? And then what becomes the contingency if, for example, the weather isn't good at the planned Pacific landing sites, whereas here you had the Gulf and the Atlantic?
Hey, we don't know the answer yet to what will happen, what will become of Megan. We've got Shannon here on the West Coast. I'm sitting here in California right now, and there's unique benefits and unique challenges of weather patterns on the West Coast versus the East Coast. Just one example, we have far more stable weather in terms of wind and wind speed, wave height than we did in Florida. So where we needed numerous sites on both coasts of Florida to provide geographic diversity to avoid weather patterns that may be happening in one area and not another. Not so much the case on the West Coast. However, our cloud cover is different here than in Florida. And so things like the airborne assets that support our mission might have different challenges out here than over there. So we've done a lot of trying to learn from meteorologists and historical weather patterns, and then figure out the right number of sites and the right number of support assets to ensure that we maintain a high return availability, which means a high percentage of days that would be a viable return option with a safe splashdown, regardless of what coast we're splashing down on.
I listened during the press conferences, Brian. I don't know.
All right, our next question is from Isam with AFP.
I don't know who the hell this is. Oh, God. All right, Isam, what's up, bro?
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. I was on mute. A couple of quick questions. Steve, you mentioned that they'd be released to their families in a day or two, but they're still going to be going through with rehabilitation for quite a while, right? If you could discuss that. And the other second question is just a bit broader to follow on from some of my colleagues. As Steve confirmed that, Crew 10 was the designated mission that this could happen, could you help us sort of square that circle that, with praising the administration for accelerating the timeline? How concretely, just to follow up on my colleagues' questions, how concretely can the administration be credited with accelerating the recovery when, the plan hasn't fundamentally changed here? It's just something that we're having a little bit of trouble understanding. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll talk the rehabilitation and I'll let Joel talk about the other questions. Rehabilitation will continue. There's a sequence of exercises that they do to try to regain their physical strength over a number of weeks. It's a pretty standard protocol that they go through post-landing to recover. It's well documented, well practiced.
Nice, Trey.
And the docs and the trainers that do this work will kind of follow each crew member, whether it be Butch and Sonny or the others. We talk about Butch and Sonny because they had a 9-month stay, but the others had 171-day stay or so, which is pretty typical of what we've had. And I'll let Joel handle the other questions.
And so you were asking the input from the administration. So I think Ken Bowersox said it well the other day. It excited the system, right? It gave us some energy in the system. But the other input was to do this successfully and safely. And that's why I talked about all the different inputs that you get. We got the input from the White House, but you also have to look at the vehicle readiness. We talked about looking at weather. We talked about the recovery team, handover, the vehicle traffic going to and from the International Space Station. So when you put all that together, we came up with, I thought, a pretty good plan that the teams executed over the last 4 or 5 days.
All right, we'll take the next question here in the room.
Darlene Ferris with Fox 26 Houston. I was just wondering if any of the experiments or tasks, was there anything that was able to be done due to the unexpected extra manpower with them on board that wouldn't have like a benefit to having the extra people?
They fixed the toilet.
So we
I'm not kidding.
Once Crew 9 arrived and Crew 8 departed, we were at our normal crew level. So we managed within the normal kind of cadence that we did there. But before that, we absolutely took advantage of Butch and Sonny being there and having the extra hands. We had some maintenance activities that had to be done over the summer that would have potentially taken away from some of the science that we were doing that we didn't have to take away from that time because of the fact that we had the extra hands there. So it was great having them there over the summer as extra hands to help out with a number of activities going on.
They fixed the
Okay,
toilet.
we'll take our next question here in the room.
I'm not kidding.
This may be premature, but
No, not this
initial
guy.
reports from the recovery ship just about their condition and how they're doing. Has anybody heard?
I haven't heard anything specifically from the recovery team, but just in looking at
he's been here talking
at
to
the
you the
way
whole
as they
time.
came out of Dragon, they all looked very healthy. You could tell they all looked like they were feeling about normal for the landing and recovery phase where their body's trying to readapt. So, I haven't heard any reports of anything
Yeah,
other
it's
than
pretty
that
bad
they're
out
doing
there.
well. So,
I saw a lot of smiling and waving.
yes.
Okay, our next question is from Ellen with thedailymail.com.
Oh, boy.
Hi, thank you guys so much for taking our questions tonight. This question is for Joel. Barry Wilmore's daughter spoke out on social media and blamed politics and negligence for her dad's delayed return. We know that President Trump and Elon Musk both said the previous administration didn't want to bring the Starliner crew back for political reasons. Can you comment on these claims?
Yeah, so I wasn't involved in any conversations with the previous administration. It was clear we have a request from the current administration, and the results you saw is what we saw today with the landing of Crew 9.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll
Do
take
you
our
have any
next question
comments?
here in the room.
No.
You guys gotten a chance to talk with the families of Butch and Sonny, and I mean, I'm sure just being able to see them wave and smile today is a huge relief for them, but they've been in quarantine. and up in space for almost a year. How are they feeling with everything?
How are the astronauts feeling?
I haven't talked personally to the families, but I
Called
know
I called that.
The astronauts have a great support system. In other words, they're able to effectively FaceTime with their family and keep in touch with their family. I'm sure Butch is looking forward, and Sonny both coming. Easter's coming up, and there's graduations coming up, and there's lots of family activities coming up that the timing's probably pretty good for. So I haven't had a chance to talk to the family. So
they're not going to speak their
I guess they had bigger smiles than the crew members.
Yes.
Okay, our next question is from Mike with space.com.
Thank you, guys. This is probably for Sarah. I was just wondering, were there any different approaches that you guys took with this Dragon to kind of meet this faster deadline, or this?
No,
and
she
if
answered
there
that
were,
already.
If there were any kind of changes to the processing, are those things you can take into future missions?
Dude, I'm buzzed, and I was able to pay more attention than you.
Hey, no changes to the processing, and actually, if you're able to
brainstorm!
Go back and listen to Friday night's briefing, I think Steve also shared a little more detail about that. But similar process. It's just a matter of doing a little bit of Tetris within our facilities of what vehicles are going into what tests or what operations in the pre-launch processing flow first. So we certainly did that. There's a few items of hardware within the vehicle that are unique to the specific crew flying. For example, we have small, medium, and large seat buckets installed in each of the 4 locations, and then custom foam for each individual to further customize their experience. And so there was a little bit of
Sarah's awesome,
doing the tally on the unique hardware and making sure it was all okay to be used for this mission, but nothing unique to the actual processing flow itself.
Okay, our next question is from Carolyn with Fortune Magazine.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. I'm wondering, can you just share a little more how Sonny and Butch handled kind of the switch mentally to the 9-month mission, besides being very resilient, and what advice you give the rest of us lonely humans when we encounter challenging circumstances? And then maybe just talk a little more about the physical repercussions with respect to radiation, effects on the heart and cornea, that kind of thing, and how we go about planning to protect against that when we think about missions like to Mars and extended stays.
What is this person talking about?
I can start, and then the other guys could ask. Before an astronaut flies, we talk to the crew. The crew members are talked to about extending. Hey, you may be assigned for a 6-month mission or an 8-day mission in this case, and you may be extended. Frank Rubio was an example, right? Mark Vande Hei was an example. So this isn't the first time that people are flown.
It's her phone in her
Clearly, their mission was much shorter than those other missions, but the crew members are talked about, hey, what would you do if you had to be up there for a year? So they mentally prepare before they launch. And they talk to the other crew members that have flown for these long duration missions. And so the teams are preparing. We do different things on the ground. If you're there a little longer than normal, maybe you'll have some extra family conference times, or maybe a half day off after a certain amount of time on orbit. And so we had experience from past crew members, and we made changes in the operations and how we do that. And so let's see, Bill, if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, I think the other question was, really on kind of the effects of space on.
I stopped playing the drinking game. I just started drinking every time somebody asks a really dumb question.
People in general, and when you change the duration on them, we look at every crew member when they're going up and making sure that we feel confident, even if their mission had to be extended, that.
Also, Grim, you try pounding 5 beers in freaking.
They're up for it, and that they've got, I think the time allowable, I think, for them to stay in space and to go through that. We have we monitor everything on board. We keep an eye on things like radiation. We keep an eye on things like solar activity that can affect that. We keep an eye on the rest of the environmental factors on board, whether it be the carbon dioxide levels, the CO2 levels, the contaminants that we have on board. We have scrubbers and filters and things that take that out. So We do all the things that we would normally do to manage that for crew and minimize their exposure to anything that could be considered harmful. And then we limit the times to the best of our ability that we can.
Yeah, Dan, we're getting there. We're moving up in the world.
Our next question is from Marcia
beginning,
Smith with spacepolicyonline.com.
Marcia won't let me down.
Thanks so much.
Marcia, don't do this.
Steve, you mentioned that Crew 11 might launch as early as July, which seems like a pretty short interval for Crew 10 to be up there. Could you talk about what's driving you to launch as early as July?
Somebody dropped the Cygnus.
And will either of the astronauts who are bumped from Crew 9 be on Crew 11, Stephanie Wilson or Zena Cardman? And which capsule will they be flying?
Let's see the timing for that mission right now. Originally we were going to fly that mission. We had been, if you look at historically, our rotations have been in February and August. There is a particular SpaceX cargo flight, CRS 33, that has the ability to do some reboost for the space station, and that needs to fly in that late August, early September timeframe. And so we moved our handover up. That boost trunk is what we call it, will be there for a large part of the fall timeframe. So to get all the propellant used on that mission. So that's why we looked at moving it up. Right now, we think we'll fly probably the Capsule 206, which is our fleet leader. It'll be on its 6th flight. We'll continue to work that with SpaceX. You have to remember with Space Station, one of the critical consumables is docking ports. We have 2 of those docking ports. And so once we fly that CRS 33 mission with the boost trunk, one of those docking ports will be tied up for an extended duration. And we like to do this direct handover. We like to ensure the new vehicle is there, the new crew's there.
I'll tell you in a second,
before we
ladies.
undock the astronauts that have been there for the increment in progress. And so when you put all that together, it drove us to look at right now, mid to late July. Of course, things can change over time, but that's kind of what we're looking at. We'll kind of pivot over to that once we complete the debriefs for Crew 10.
So why does the so-called media always say the astronauts are stranded? This is nonsense. They are at the ISS. They were never stranded. They were never stranded. NASA adjusted the mission. They could have rescued them if they wanted to. SpaceX could have made their processing flow faster. NASA chose the safer option, which is just to bring them down on the next rotation flight, which is exactly what they did. There is no story here. It is quite literally a gigantic nothing burger. And anyone that tries to make anything out of this story, just no. Now, Elon's been spouting off about whatever. We don't know what happened behind closed doors, but at face value, this seems like a pretty straightforward thing, dude.
Our next question is from Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now.
Will won't let me down.
Hi. Taking a question from us. Question to Steve Fitch. Going back to the comment you made earlier in this brief. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said that there was another look that needed to be taken at the flight suit for those flying both flying. Can you add a little bit of detail into that may need to be changed and the reason for that? Thanks.
Did you get that?
I couldn't.
I'm sorry, you're coming in a little bit. It's breaking up a little bit. Can you please try to repeat your question?
Will Robinson, rip. Rip.
Operator, if you could please unmute the participant.
Will, you're going into a tunnel.
Will, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Will, UHF comm check.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
No, you can't.
Okay, perfect.
Look at these. They're like,
I'm sorry, we keep losing you. If you could just follow up with us after this news conference, we'll be happy to get a response over to you from the panel up here. But for now, that'll do it for our press conference this evening. Once again, Crew 9 is safely back on Earth. And as always, you can follow NASA and all of our missions on nasa.gov. Thanks for joining. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, NASA. Well, that drinking game kind of sucked, but I tried to make it a little more fun by drinking anytime someone asks a stupid question. Guys, like, here's the thing, you know, the press are going to ask NASA, you know, oh, Elon said this, or, oh, the president said this. They're going to ask him that stuff, right? And look, you're never going to get you're never going to get NASA to screw up. You're never going to get them to slip, ever. I've been watching these press conferences for a decade. They'll never slip up. And the reason why they won't slip up, dude, is because, you know, when you work for NASA, like, think about it. Think about if you worked for NASA. Think about that. If you worked for NASA, if you were a spaceflight nutcase like we are, and you worked for NASA, would you allow yourself as a representative of NASA to lower yourself to that level? Absolutely not. You would absolutely never do that. So the press keeps, like, I think it's funny because the press keeps trying to ask him questions to try to get him to slip up. They're never going to do that. Because what those people that ask those questions, what they're never going to understand is what it's like to work for an organization like NASA. Seriously. They're never going to understand. You'll never understand what it's like working for an organization like NASA and how special that is and how professional you need to be because you're participating in the cutting edge of human exploration, right? You're never going to they'll never slip up. They will never ever slip up like that. They'll never lower themselves to that level because they're NASA. You work for NASA. You don't need to do that. You know what I mean? You don't need to do that. Am I right? They're scientists, they're engineers, they're at the top of their game. Steve Stitch is one of the foremost experts on, like, spaceflight logistics and operations. He's not going to slip up. Guy easily has like 150 IQ. Easily. You know? They're never going to do that. That's why those questions are so bothersome, because you know they're not going to slip up. It's not like you're asking, you know, a celebrity, and the celebrity's going to be like, well, there's this one time where I hated this person. Like, that's not going to happen. It's NASA. It's NASA, baby. It's the best of the best. And SpaceX, too. Sarah's amazing. She's a freaking beast, dude. She's been with the Dragon program for a long time. She's a freaking animal. It's a life or death job. You can't slip up. Yeah, exactly. You think they're going to get deterred by a couple of stupid, like, press curveballs? Give me a friggin' break, dude. That's what I like about Eric Berger. He knows how to ask the hard questions. He asks questions. I wouldn't call them hard hitting, but whatever. Yeah, exactly. You're part of NASA, dude. You're gonna weigh in on partisan bullcrap when you work at NASA. Would you do that? I wouldn't do that. In fact, I don't do that, guys. I don't do that here with you guys. I'm not. This is more important than, you know, playing bullcrap political games. It's more important than this. It's about teaching people, and that's important. That's really important stuff. Teaching people about science and engineering, and hopefully somebody, you know, sees what they like on the stream and gets involved in that kind of stuff and understands, you know, how to, you know, as, you know, like, it's a weird example of this, but as Elon would put, extend the light of human consciousness. That's really important. It's important to me. That's why I stay apolitical on here. You're never going to know my political opinions on anything. Because I don't do that. Why would I lower myself to that level? I'm not doing that. You know, we stand on the shoulders of giants here, you know, as somebody that communicates what NASA does and what SpaceX does. I'm never doing that crap. It's disgusting behavior. NV Bliss. Prime sub, baby. Thank you, buddy. Nice. Cheers. It's annoying to hear because it's disrespectful to these amazing people. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. Yeah, you know, but like, there's that whole, you know, you're not gonna say no, you can't ask a question, right? Like, that's lame too. Don't do that. It's so freaking important to me, dudes. You know, like, that's the crazy thing, outdoorsman. You know, you say ask stupid questions, you get stupid answers. That might be what happens with me. Like, I might give somebody crap for asking something dumb, but, like, the NASA guys take it to the next level. They take these stupid gotcha questions and turn them into, like, something that's actually useful and actual good information that you can learn and you can understand, and you always pick up something new. That's why I like, you know, people often ask me, like, what are you gonna, like, what question would you ask? My question actually would have been kind of on par with what Sawyer's question is, if it was anything. But the truth is, I don't like asking questions. I like listening. I like listening to what Steve Stitch, Joel Montalbano, who was the other gentleman that was there, Bill Spetch, Sarah Walker. I like listening to what they have to say, because that's where you learn the most. These press conferences are where you learn the most about space flight and operations. As somebody that's on the other side of the fence, you know, I don't work in the industry. This is where you learn the most. You learn the most about understanding what it takes to do space flight. All of my theories about space flight, about how you should and shouldn't do it, comes from these press conferences, listening to Steve Stitch talk, listening to Joe Montalbano talk, listening to, you know, Kathy Leaders before Steve. Sarah Walker, Jess Jensen at SpaceX, you know, listening to John Innsbrucker on stream. Like, that's where you learn. That's these press conferences are the best time to learn. And, you know, these people have this uncanny ability to take dumb questions and turn them into a generally constructive learning experience, dude. It's something that it is a bright beacon of light in a sea of bull crap that we get on the day-to-day basis, and it's a pleasure to be a part of it, you know, at least in some way, shape, or form. Spaceflight is one of the greatest human accomplishments. Why corrupted with idiotic politics? These reporters just want clicks, nothing more. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, Kerbal. Like, it's annoying with these questions, but these people are at the top of their game. You think they're going to sink to that level? They ain't going to sink to that level. They always turn it into a constructive learning experience, dude. That's a great frigging role model. We could all learn something from that. You know what I mean? That's what I try to do. I try to do that here with you guys. I try to. I mean, I'm not perfect. I'm not above the nonsense sometimes, you know. But, you know, I think there's something we could learn, that NASA, despite all the nonsense, despite all the perceived nonsense, I should say, is still a bright, like, feather in the cap of humanity, you know. Well, you don't listen to us all day long. Name another streamer that knows his chat as well as I do, with this kind of numbers that we pull. Go ahead. I'll wait. So my question is, where will the From mission land? West Coast, East Coast, or Gulf? Probably West Coast, outdoorsman. You don't know me, son. You don't know me. Sometimes they have to ask certain questions to get answers on the record. Yeah, Block, but the question that the Daily Mail asked wasn't getting it on record. Like, I understand needing to ask these questions so you can cite it correctly in an article. I understand that. You're absolutely right. That Daily Mail question was horse shit, dude, and you know it. Like, let's not rope those people. Let's not put those in the same category. I'll take my time out, I swore. Excuse me. I shouldn't swear on here. That's my fault. I'm not perfect. The question you would have asked is, would you have been interested in identifying any areas that you want to improve on this flight? It's a good question, Excessive. Really hoping From 2 launches between the 28th through the 30th. You'll be at the Cape then. Right on. Did I see the dolphins? Yeah. I did, S. It was pretty dope. It was dope. Oh, S, you see the shirt that I got, dude? Here, look. You see the shirt? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. That's why I said you don't need to do that. I got it on lockdown, son. I got it on lockdown, son. I got a coalition of the willing. I got 40 nations ready to roll, son. The Dolphins were just scoping. They were like, what the heck is this? That's not a boat. I know you're all about the shuttle, but which one was your favorite? Challenger. Challenger's my favorite, Hawks. Not because of some misplaced, like, pity on the crew or anything like that. Challenger's my favorite because every subsequent shuttle that came after Challenger is based off of Challenger. Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavor. They're all based off of Challenger. Challenger was the result of... It was the result of everything that was learned from the first 4 orbital test flights. The first 4 flights at Columbia. Columbia was overbuilt. It was over-engineered. It was too heavy. On purpose, because they weren't sure. Because how are you going to test that? It's 1981. How are you going to test that? It's not like they have a computer to test this, right? A computer powerful enough. They don't have the Whopper. That's what I'm saying. I'd piss on a spark plug if it thought it'd do any good. You don't have something like that. So they overbuilt Columbia. And everything that they learned about the margins that they had with Columbia, they incorporated into Challenger's design. Every single shuttle, Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavor, are all based off of Challenger. They aren't based off of Columbia. That's why I like Challenger, because Challenger is Shuttle 1.1. Challenger to Columbia is what Falcon 9 1.0 is to Falcon 9 1.1. Challenger was the next level of reuse. And had it not departed from us, we would have had something insane by the time Endeavor rolled around. Awesome answer. Thank you. I got you, brother. I got you, bruv. That and Challenger is just a badass name. Like Dodge Challenger. Those are pretty cool. I like those. The old ones. The new ones are good too. I miss the shuttles. Yeah, ladies, me too. Ladies, what was your question? You asked a question, but sorry, I forgot what it was because it was beer o'clock. It's named after HMS Challenger. That's right. What's your favorite Dragon capsule, though? Endeavor. Endeavor. It's not even close. The one Bob and Doug flew on, dude. PHP. I got you, bro. I got you. Vanishing Point is why I want a 70 Challenger. Based in Mopar Pilled. Why did they stop building shuttles? Cold War ended. Rockwell tooled up the entire shuttle assembly, the shuttle line, to build more of them. They figured that they were going to need another fleet of orbiters by the late 80s. And we never did that because Challenger popped because somebody decided to fly it in a condition it wasn't rated to fly in. And as a result of that, we were like, oh no, let's not fly this thing a lot. It's dangerous. The Thiokol engineers are saying don't launch them in the cold because they weren't designed to launch in the cold. So you launch it in the cold and it doesn't freaking work. Oh no, it's a design flaw. No, it's not a design flaw. It's you being an idiot. How about that? How about that? Boom. Suck on that one. Young Crippen really moving out now. Velocity now reading 6,200 feet per second. That's right, House. It's the same bull crap as Chernobyl, right? RBMK reactors don't like having no nuclear reactor likes having the coolant loops removed. You remove the coolant loops, which is not something that you should do because the reactor has a positive void coefficient. Let's remove the cooling loops and see what happens. Oh, it frigging exploded. Gee, that's weird. Oh, I wonder why. It's almost like the engineers that designed this stupid thing put in detents to make sure that this doesn't happen. If you override those detents, the frigging thing blows up. Weird. That's weird. Oh, man. Huh. That's strange. Anyway, sorry for yelling. During work, someone said they were going to transport something to the pad. What was it, and has it happened yet? I've been watching. Ernest, I've had Starbase Live up the entire time. I haven't seen nothing. I theorized that it may have been the OLMB. It looks like they're pretty much ready for it. Either that or Booster 14. I've seen neither of those move. So, you may be ill. RBMK reactors can't explode. Sorry, I've had too much to drink, Snackless. Challenger was covered to cut the program because of the cost. Man, if that's the case, spoiled. Give me 5 minutes in an empty room with the moron that made that decision. 5 minutes. Actually, less than that. 30 seconds, 2 hits. Me hitting them hitting the floor. Anytime you're ready, pal. Breakfast Club. Don't mess with the bull, young man. You'll get the horns. Boom. It's rumored Booster 14 will exit the base soon. Nah, it's too damn hot for a penguin to be just walking around here. Space shuttle with Falcon boosters? No. What? No. Why does everybody hate SRBs? SRBs are sweet. What are you talking about? I'm saying that as somebody with a Starship shirt on. SRBs are sweet if you know what you're doing. They have one moving part. One moving part. Road closure is 12-4. Yeah. 0 if they don't gimbal. That's what I'm saying, Yarg. SRBs have one moving part. It's like, oh, the SRBs, because SRBs are sick. You guys know that solid rocket boosters have moved more people into space than any other type of motor, right? Cope and seethe, liquid fuel bros. Ares 1, but with a Falcon 9 first stage. Not enough power, Linprod. Not enough power. Dude, a 5-segment solid rocket booster produces 14,000 kilonewtons of thrust. A Falcon 9 produces 9 on a good day. 9,000 kilonewtons of thrust. Maybe 10 if you're lucky. Is not enough power. There's not enough power to move that big Hydrolox stage in an Orion up. You'd need Falcon Heavy. That beer can sounds empty. It's not empty. Dude, there's plenty in there. For SLS, I think the crawler would like a liquid fuel booster, though, although it is working now. It was designed for liquid fuel boosters. It was designed to move gigantic liquid fuel boosters the size of Starship 1000. What it wasn't designed to do is move solid rocket boosters. That worked with the shuttle because the solid rocket boosters, you put the solid rocket boosters on there, and then you took the launch umbilical tower away, and you put it on the side of the pad. So your weight problems were mitigated. They must have missed that memo with SLS, though. Beer. As a German, I say what beer? Mein Freund, ein Bier, bitte? Bitte? Ein Bier? Bitte? Schnell. Schnell. Weiter, weiter. Ein Bier. Bitte. Yeah, something like that, Nova. Space Gator with 100 bits. Thank you. It's not water, you jackwagon. This is good lager, man. This is Yinzer. This is good stuff. This is good lager, dude. This is Stars and Stripes, man. Stars and Stripes Yinzer. It's good stuff. Sure. What do you mean, sure? Bro, I'll come to Germany. I'll drink you under the table, B-Pat. You have no idea who you're messing with. Bro, I'll come there and I will Stars and Stripes all over the place. See this? Stars and Stripes. Passing out after 5 beers. Graham, if you think I am anywhere close to being wasted, you've never drank beer before in your life. Ever. I'm not even close. Real men drink Budweiser. Isn't it past your bedtime, dude? B-Pat, if you should be giving anybody crap, you should give him crap. Just saying. Bro, I'll kill a 24-pack by myself. I don't care. You don't know me. You think I'm just the rocket nerd guy? Bro, you don't know me. You don't know me. Arf, 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 arf. No. Do it? Nah, not right now. Guitars, that's awesome. All right, dudes. Well, that's gonna do it for the Crew 10 or Crew 9 splashdown. It's 9 o'clock. Got to source EJ some VB, bro. Give me a 24 rack of VB. I'll drink it on stream, Hawks. We'll do it. It'll be a party, man. In fact, Hawks, hold on a second, brother. I'm gonna wash this beer down. We're gonna put a stop to these dumb press questions. Now watch this drive. Thank you so much for the stream. My pleasure. Who do you think you are? I am. I did it right. What is this, Dino? Nothing subcooler. You dying to see MLV get caught again in KSP. Damn. Damn. All right. Maybe we'll tee it up next week or something. It's pretty savage, man. Pretty funny. Dude, hold on. Look at this. Look at this. This is an actual view that we saw just a second ago. You gotta be kidding me. Stable upright. Stable 1. That's badass, dude. Come on. Look at this. The Starliner astronauts are now stranded into the ocean. Oh, jeez. Well, Dios mío. Dios mío, amigo. Una casa de locos, por Dios. Right? Right, MC? Crazy that we got this view live. Bro, look at that. That's dope. That's dope, man. There's a lot of things that, you know, make people sad nowadays, but that ain't one of them, dude. Look at that. Is that badass or what? That's freaking badass. God, I love spaceflight. It makes me so happy. Oktoberfest in Munich would be a good venue for a beer challenge. Well, auch dabei. When's Space Creator Day? I'll talk to Adrian. We'll see what we can do. We'll tee it up, bro. Bro, you don't know. You don't know. I'm 193 centimeters, dude. 193 centimeters and... Hang on. 193 centimeters, 114 kilograms. Bring it on. You don't know who you're messing with, dude. Bring it on, dog. It does, David, doesn't it? It's not about the size of the dog, but the size of the dog with the man. What is that, some stupid Southern proverb? Bro, take the L. What's that in real numbers? 6'4", 250, John. Bring it on, bruh. 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 They are a Space Gator. It's pretty dope, dude. Bro, I'm bigger than Gene. Look at the NSF cast. Gene is an absolute unit of an individual. I got an inch on that dude. That's not where you should keep your dog. Trying to get down to 250, 6'3". Hey, Bob, you know, it's America, dude. Big people here. What do you want? What do you want, dog? They're winners. Winners get to do what they want. 10 mil socket. I love drinking with Stein mugs at Oktoberfest. They are 1 liter each. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. John, I play for keeps, dog. I love the way he's talking to you, Chip. They're winners. Winners get to do what they want. Shut up, Chip. I'm going to come at you like Spider Monkey. All right, cool. I think it's time to end this coverage. I think it's time to end it. I hope you guys enjoyed the Crew 9 Splashdown. I do not want to play a drinking game during the press conference again. That is a really stupid idea. That's like playing My Summer Car and drinking a beer in real life every time you drink a beer in game. I tried that once, and that was the last time I played Summer Car. No, this was awesome. Oh, don't do this to me. My liver's going, no, no, no. You know, don't do it. That's so bad. Guys, I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys all tomorrow, okay? You're describing my youth. I love Summer Car, Steve. It's a freaking awesome game. I love it. All right. Guys, I'm going to bed. Have a good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow at noontime. For workers, we're going to finish up all the utilities and workers, okay? I hope you guys enjoyed it. Get stranded, idiot. Let me just check the launches. Make sure there's no launch. Do we got launches tomorrow? No, tomorrow's Wednesday, my dudes. The next launch on the books is 2:02 a.m., the L-57 launch. Oh, all right. I'll see what I can do with that one. Anyway. Have a good night, YouTube. Have a good night, Twitch. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It was a good time. The press conference wasn't nearly as bad as the Crew 10 post-flight or post-launch press conference. That one was terrible. It was terrible. Anyway, have a good night, everybody. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. I'm buzzed on a Tuesday. Have a good night. Thank you.